All right, you guys ready? Okay, we'll call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Rivas.
Present.
Councilmember Green.
Present.
Councilmember Beltran.
Present.
Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Present.
Mayor Meister.
Present. Okay, oral communication. This is an opportunity to address the city council on any matter scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. I'm not seeing anyone. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Council members, we have 5 items on the closed session calendar tonight. The first one is Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator Richard Tree and Juliana Andrade. Employee organization is the Management and Confidential Series and Unrepresented. Item number 2 is Government Code Section 54956.95, a liability claim. Claimant is Gary Clifton, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item number 3, Government Code Section 54956.95, a liability claim. Claimant is Eric Kurtz, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item number 4, Government Code Section 54956.95, liability claim. Claimant is Ray Mendez, agency claimed against the City of Porterville. And the final item on the closed session agenda is Government Code Section 54956.95, a liability claim. Claimant is Alessandra Reese, agency claimed against City of Porterville.
Okay, at this time, we'll go into closed session and reconvene at 6:30. And report on any reportable action taken in closed session.
Yes, we have reportable action for item 2. The council voted 5-0 to accept the claim of Gary Clifton. For item 3, the council voted 5-0 to accept the claim of Eric Kurz. And for item 4, the council voted 5-0 to reject the claim of Ray Mendez. And for item 5, the council voted 5-0 to reject the claim of Alessandro Ruiz.
Okay, thank you for that report. I'll ask you all to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Beltran, and then please remain standing for an invocation. But before we pledge allegiance, I'd like to take a moment of silence for the 8 crew members, servicemen that were lost yesterday in Edwards Air Force Base, B-52 bomber that crashed. So I'd like to take a moment of silence and honor them men. Councilman Beltran.
Salute, pledge.
God, we gather here today grateful for the community we serve and the freedoms we share. We ask for wisdom, humility, and guidance for this council. May their decisions protect the well-being of all our residents. Grant them the courage to lead with integrity, fairness, and compassion. We honor the legacy of those who built this nation. Help us preserve the blessings of liberty for every generation. Let us remain united in our commitment to justice, freedom, and mutual respect. May our work tonight strengthen our city and serve the common good. Amen.
Amen.
Today, Creator of the universe, we ask that you come to us and share with us a strong communion of love. We know that your real name is love, that to have a communion with you means to share same vibration, the same frequency that you are, because you are the only thing that exists in the universe. Today, help us to be like you, to love life, to be love. Help us to love the way you love, with no conditions, no expectations, no obligations, without any judgment. Help us to love and accept ourselves without any judgment, because when we judge ourselves, we find ourselves guilty and we need to be punished. Help us to love everything you create unconditionally, especially other human beings, especially those who live around us, all of our relatives, all of our neighbors, and all the people whom we try so hard to love. Because when we reject them, we reject ourselves. And when we reject ourselves, we reject you. Help us to love others just the way they are with no conditions. Help us accept them the way they are without judgment, because if we judge them, we find them guilty. We blame them, and we have the need to punish them. Today, clean our hearts of any emotional poison that we have. Free our minds from any judgment so that we can live in complete peace and complete love. Today is a very special day. Today we open our hearts to love again so that we can tell each other, I love you. Without any fear, and really mean it. Today we offer ourselves to you. Come to us, use our voices, use our eyes, use our hands, and use our hearts to share ourselves in a communion of love with everyone. Today, Creator, help us to be just like you are. Thank you for everything that we received this day, especially for the freedom to be who we really are. Amen.
Before we begin tonight's meeting, I invite everyone to take a moment of reflection. Let us reflect on the community we share and the responsibility entrusted to each of us. This city is more than streets, buildings, budgets, or ordinances. It is our neighbors, our families, our history, and our hopes for the future. It is the place where generations have built lives, formed friendships, and worked together to create something greater than themselves. Let us remember that the strength of a community is not measured solely by its accomplishments, but by how it cares for its most vulnerable, how it treats those with whom it disagrees, the integrity of its leaders, its commitment to truth, and how willing its people are to work together in pursuit of the common good. Let us reflect on the values that sustain a healthy democracy: humility, accountability, fairness, and the recognition that no individual or group possesses all wisdom. May we seek understanding before judgment and common purpose before division. Let us remember that the rights and freedoms guaranteed by our Constitution belong equally to all people. They are not reserved for those who share our beliefs, backgrounds, or viewpoints. The true measure of our commitment to liberty is found in our willingness to protect the rights and dignity of others, even when we disagree with them. Let us also honor those who came before us and sacrificed to preserve the freedoms we enjoy today. Their legacy reminds us that democracy is neither automatic nor permanent. It requires vigilance, participation, and the courage to stand for what is right. As we conduct the public's business tonight, may we remember that every decision we make affects the lives of our neighbors and shapes the future of this city we love. And may we leave this chamber committed to not only to our individual convictions, but to shared responsibility of preserving the character, dignity, and spirit of our community for generations to come.
Okay, please be seated. Okay, we'll move on to council comments. Councilman Beltran?
Not much. The only thing with more of a PSA, it's summertime. Just be safe out there if you have a swimming pool or if you're going out to the mountains and the river or out to the lake, any body of water. Please be mindful of little ones, those who can't swim. I hate seeing these stories in the local area of drowning victims, something that could be prevented. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Green?
No comment, Mayor, at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Rivas?
No, I'll reserve my comments.
Vice Mayor McCurvey?
Yeah, I had, just wanted to talk about a recent meeting that we had with QK professionals with Jeff Cowart, Ron Wathan, and Neba Amazuka. I'm having trouble pronouncing her name. But we had a great meeting with QK, just rebuilding relationships locally, so help us with things that we will do in the building and the planning in our city. And that went really well. That was on June 4th. Also had the honor of attending the Flag Day event, June 14th. And I really want to put a thanks to Legion 20 for hosting that event out at Veterans Hall. The fireworks were amazing. The newly painted jet in the front, in the foreground, as the fireworks went off, is really spectacular for everybody that was out there. I wanted to also mention that tomorrow night at Veterans Hall, they're going to have a Veterans Appreciation Dinner. That's tomorrow night at 6 p.m., and everybody's welcome to attend. They're going to have some games, and they're going to have a dinner at 7. That's for Gianna, the Queen, and that's going to be something that we want to support those veterans out there. They do so much for our community. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll just start with June 3rd, and I'm battling with the sinus thing, so bear with me here. But June 3rd, we had a badge pinning for Porterville Fire Department. We had, and we got a good showing here tonight, but 2 battalion chiefs, 3 captains, and 4 engineers. It's always a great honor to participate with you gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, you know, just see your families and what you work so hard to deliver for at home, but then also just seeing you guys climb the ladder and achieve goals that you've worked so hard for in your career. It's just a great honor to be a part of that. June 5th, I went to a Border Story Angels family event. It was a fundraiser for families who have had family members killed by illegal immigrants. It was a very touching fundraiser. There was actually a family from Bakersfield whose it was a Hispanic family, but their youngest daughter was hit by an illegal Indian driving a diesel truck, and she's paralyzed now. And so it was very touching and really just, once again, a great honor to be a part of that and try to raise dollars for those individuals so they can help their families. June 9th, I met with Newsom's Government Affairs. It was myself, the city manager. Who else was in the room? I know Donnie was in the room, and then Eureka. really focused in on three major things for the city of Porterville. One is the Newcomb Bridge. I think it's major, and you're going to see as I go through here where I've had multiple meetings on the Newcomb Bridge and trying to get this forward. We need support from all partners in this. Not only does this secure economic growth for the future of the city of Porterville, but it eases the traffic flow from Henderson and Olive. It is a game changer, but with that bridge, we're going to have to get a connector road to 190 and a roundabout at 190. So big things coming there. Glad to have the governor's support on that. We talked about the airport. You know, one thing I've focused on as your mayor is to bring jobs to Porterville. Good jobs. And so if we can expand our airport, our runway, what it makes the ability for is, in the fire world, it's called the VLAT, Very Large Air Tanker. It's also known as a DC-10. This is a game changer in the fire world, wildland fire world. Right now, currently, our airport cannot take that piece of equipment. Our runway is not long enough. So we need help from state agencies and federal agencies to expand that runway. Mr. Newsom has made major investments in our community with CAL FIRE. He's put multiple CAL FIRE crews at Porterville Developmental Center and major investments throughout the state in CAL FIRE. And so one thing that part of the angle with meeting with the governor's staff is to get that extension, so that we can get that piece of equipment. A lot of people don't know, during the Palisades fire, they used our airport. We can reach 5 counties within 20 minutes. So it's very unique. We also have the Forest Service that we're trying to partner with, and then military operations going on at an airport. If we can expand and make this the destination for wildland air-to-ground resources, it creates more jobs. And then lastly, we talked about PDC. I challenge Newsom staff on addressing the homeless. We have a crisis throughout the whole state. And the way we're approaching it with HHS and giving it to NGOs, we're seeing great fraud across our state. And so we need to focus back into getting the agencies to do the work. And so what I'd like to see is an investment in Porterville Developmental Center. It would be a multi-billion-dollar investment, and once again, trying to create jobs in our community. But if the tools are there at Porterville Developmental Center, they have psychiatrists, they have the land, they have water rights, they have the ability to expand, they have pharmacy, they have medical services. So people that are homeless, when you deal with them, there's a couple issues. One, they're drug addicts, or they have mental illness, or it's a little bit of both. But what we can do is start a program to get them into a bed, and a lot of people don't like me saying this, but they need institutionalized. And so if you could get them in there for a year and get them in a bed in meals and start training them to what normalcy is in society, we could start making a change. And so that is the approach, and that is what I sold with Mr. Newsom's staff. What was neat, because I've talked with state senators and assembly members, what was neat is they knew what I was talking about. So this is good. They're talking about it, and hopefully we can keep pushing forward on this. This is bipartisan. This is a left and right issue. This is just common sense. Let's get together on this and deliver for the people of California. June 12th, I met with Ted Smalley of TCAG and Dennis Townsend. Once again, we discussed the Newcomb Bridge, the Westwood Bridge over Porter Slough, Castle realignment, which would be Lombardy Street to in between Lombardy and Newcomb, creating what we were calling the Lazy S Road, and give relief off of Lombardy Street. Union Street, putting in sidewalk, curb, and gutter, and then North Grand, Main Street turning lanes. These are priority projects that the council has set, and we went and met with them and trying to reach out as partners. What's exciting is TCAG has offered, it's not set in stone yet, but we have a verbal commitment that they will pay for the environmental for the Newcomb Bridge, for the Westwood Bridge over the Porter Slough, and then the Castle realignment. So big deal. We're talking about $1.5 million probably in projects for the environmental. So we get these rolling forward, we get them shovel ready, and then we go lobby. And this is how we deliver here in Porterville. Flag Day. 45th Flag Day, 250 years of American history, and 100 years of charter status. Just a great honor. Senator Grove is in her 12th and final year. She came to Porterville and told her story. It's amazing to hear. She served in the Army, and she was in Germany when the Berlin Wall fell. And I mean, just to hear her story was touching. She also got a 100-year resolution. What sucks is someone took it. So I don't have it. The city doesn't have it. We're going to have to figure out who got a hold of that thing. It's a big picture frame resolution from the state of California. That goes into history forever. And that's celebrating 100 years of charter status here in the city of Porterville. We ended the night with the UFC Fight Night. What a fight Justin Gaethje had, and the fireworks shows there at the Memorial Building, and all the neighbors watching around. Really just a great treat. And then, you know, I was going to save this for the end of the meeting, but I think that it's important that I talk about it now because I see some of our refuse trucks drivers here, and I want to be transparent with you, and I'm not afraid to tell you what I think, and I look forward to hearing what you guys think too here tonight. You know, I met with Caglia and Mid-Valley Refuse over this last week, and we talked about the rates. It's pretty interesting to hear how our rates went. You know, we still have 3 rate increases coming for the city of Porterville, the constituents of Porterville. We're currently paying about $30 a month right now. And so what's interesting, when we did the rate study and we decided to raise the rates 92%, it's something I did not vote for. Councilman Beltran did vote for, but I did not. What they didn't do is a study on privatizing. They didn't do that. And you have to ask why. Why didn't they do a study on privatizing? And so it's something I'm going to be digging into and trying to figure out why we didn't look at that. You know, they're talking about being able to lower our rates down to $25 a month. We're talking about being able to get a transfer station here in the city of Porterville, back out at Teapot Dome. They're also talking about streamlining the services to where they pick up 3 cans in one day. And then just recently, AB 1436, they amended it where private municipalities still have to electrify the fleet, which means we will have to double the fleet size, double the manpower to do the same job. And they made it where if you're privatized, you do not have to electrify the fleet, which is lobbyists working out of Sacramento. And it's wrong, but it's what's coming by 2030. I still want to state for the record, I don't want to sell the enterprise. I think that once you lose local control, it's gone. And local control matters. It's very important. But I want to highlight, as I'm sitting here and looking at all of you guys in the face, customer service matters. When there's a lid that is halfway open or all the way open, and we pass it up, and we don't even use discretion to look at that trash can and say, can I pick it up without anything falling? Can I deliver customer service? That's where we really have to focus in and do better, in my opinion. I think passing up trash cans and not delivering on customer service puts a sour taste in certain people's mouth. I have constituents all around the city that call me on this. And so I want to deliver on that. I know that I worked with the past Public Works Director, not the current one, but having this conversation, I know it's very difficult. I'm sure the administrators in the room right now are hating me, but I listened to the last Public Works Director tell me we have to train the people. It put a bad taste in my mouth. I think to myself, we're the ones paying the bill. We're the customers. How are you going to say that about us? And so it's unique that I have you all in the room, and so that's why I'm being very blunt and straightforward with you guys. And those meetings happen this week. I still support you. I want local control, and let's deliver on that. Okay, with that, and you know, you can listen to the Pecan folks, and they're going to act like they support you, but there's ultimately, they're only using the moment to be in the light. So with that, I'll move on to presentations.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could invite Chief Cogburn up. I think we have a couple items to cover with you. Chief?
Yeah, thank you, Rich, Mayor, members of council. Tonight, we'd like to show our PSA video for the Close Before You Doze. And if Lori could pull that up.
911, what's your emergency?
Yeah, there's a house on fire by 2nd Street.
Do you know the address?
It's across the street and the other side that somebody's screaming.
At approximately 2:32 a.m., units were dispatched to a residential structure fire. Upon arrival, crews performed a targeted search through a bedroom window. In that room, they located a female victim who was pulseless and not breathing.
We were dispatched about 2:30 in the morning to a fully engulfed structure. As we made our way down the stairwell in 70 volume.
There it is.
A report of potentially having victims inside. And I see the glow, so I was like, okay, let's get it. And as we make the corner of Danner and 2nd Street, I see a group of people standing at a window, have a Halligan on one side. I make the corner, I see the people, drop my stuff, and all I hear is, she's in there.
There's two major contributing factors to her being alive today. The actions of our firefighters, and because she closed her door before she went to sleep.
Clayton was already inside. He had yelled out, "Victim, victim, victim." I had no idea he was even in front of me. I couldn't see anything. I just went off of his voice. That was all I had to know that he was in front of me. Zero visibility inside of the room. The smoke levels were about 3/4 of the room down to the floor.
So having that door closed kept the smoke and fire out of the room, which gave her more fresh oxygen and less heat, which gave us more time and opportunity to take her out.
There was a moment where, after the rescue, where I was talking to my brothers that were inside with me. I was like, hey, did I sound scared? And they're like, I don't remember that. And I was like, because I was so scared. I was genuinely afraid. We do all this training. We constantly put ourselves in these scenarios. We're constantly working out in our gear, but nothing can prepare you for the real reality of coming across a victim in a window-based search.
A closed door does three things. It slows the spread of fire, it keeps temperatures behind the door survivable, sometimes by hundreds of degrees, and it keeps the toxic smoke out long enough for our firefighters to get to you.
The fire was coming from the back porch, which was close to the hallway. Because that door was closed, that stopped the fire from rolling into that bedroom. It would have been the first bedroom that fire and smoke would have filled. 86% survival rate is increased when that door is closed versus 62% when the door is left open.
I rounded the corner, saw her sitting up in bed looking at me. I about fell over. I was pretty shocked while she was busy looking at me, wondering who the hell I was, because it was the first time we had met. Yeah, it was a surreal moment for sure. This line of work is pretty rare that we have the outcome that we did. It's something that we always strive for. It's something that we train really hard to try and produce, but a lot of the times the fire gets a vote.
Around maybe 2 o'clock in the morning, that's when I heard the fire alarm, the smoke alarm. And that's what woke me up. So I rushed out of my room. That's when I heard my sister. She was just saying, oh my God, oh my God. And then I remember seeing red, a lot of smoke. And that's when I couldn't see anything after that. It was just really foggy because of the smoke. I ran back inside my room. I closed the door. I tried to keep some clean air at least in my room. And that's when I started calling out to my mom. And my mom, she said she heard me. But after I started calling out to her maybe like 3 or 4 times, that's when I just blacked out. And the next thing I knew was I was in the hospital. They kept telling me, oh, Yesenia, you're in the hospital. You were in a fire. And then after that, I don't remember. I really do appreciate everyone who was there helping me and helping my family.
Yesenia got a second chance. Most people in her situation do not. Tonight, before you turn off the lights, do one thing. Close your bedroom door. It is the simplest thing you can do that could save your life. Close before you doze.
So thank you for the opportunity to show the video tonight. We've released this video on our multiple social media platforms, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook. Presenting it here tonight also gives us another opportunity to show it to you, show it to the community, not only the members that are here, but community members that will watch this meeting on YouTube later. So the more public education we can put out there for closing your door at night, it really is a simple thing you can do. Now, I don't want to diminish the efforts of our folks, right? Our folks got inside that building, you saw the conditions, they were horrible conditions, but creating a survivable space creates time that they can get in there and they can find you or your loved ones and bring you out. So we wanted to bring light to that. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'm here for any questions.
Well, Chief, I got to say, thank you for putting that video together and trying to educate our community. You know, we had, over the last year, many tragic fires, and so this is an opportunity to outreach and show what the hard work of our fire department is doing and committed on, and what a great video is what I can say. And for Battalion Chief Bowler, I mean, moments like that got to be worth all the blood, sweat, and tears involved to get to that moment, save that person's life, and be able to go and see them, and they're recovering. That's amazing. Yeah. Does council have any comments?
Sir, I just want to say thank you for sharing that, and it was very enlightening and very educational for me. But I just want to commend you and your staff for doing what you do, and I appreciate that. And I'm pretty sure the residents of Porterville also commend you for your plan of action and your leadership, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, folks.
Hey, thank you, sir.
Chief, I don't know if you have your Employee of the Month here. I know he was busy last month, but
Oh, yeah.
Well, you know, I don't, but I have his twin brother here. We can just pretend.
there we go.
Let's pretend like that's standing, everybody. Here we go.
I forget, the other one has a mustache, right?
We'll draw one on him. You won't even be able to tell. Yeah. No, he couldn't make it tonight, unfortunately. So thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Chief. Nice work. Great way to be proactive and really bring everybody together and focus on this, because there's not a lot we can do but prevention, and this PSA really helps to, to just get people talking about this, because prevention is everything. Thank you for all the men and women on your staff and everybody that's working hard to do that. It's not an easy job, but you can see the professionalism and you can see the commitment of our team. Thank you very much, Chief, and all of our firefighters.
Hey, thank you, sir. Okay, we'll move on to reports, city commission and committee meetings. Tutalk, they met May 27th. Do we have anyone from Tutalk? Are you giving the report today?
Taha, Tutalk, newest member of Tutalk. Thank you, thank you. We did meet, got to meet everybody. It's a great crew. Got to meet the chief, got to meet all the police. Mr. Tree gave us a really good presentation about the state of the budget. He was real straight about it, and but other than that, everything looks pretty tip-top, The library was the only thing that came under budget, unfortunately. Some things are costing more, but we look forward to, I think we're going to have the year-end summary at the next meeting in October. Are we doing October? Yeah. So that'll give us time to really dig in and see and bring back a real thorough report for you gentlemen.
Perfect, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, guys.
All right, thank you for that report, Taha Saleh. We'll move on to Parks and Leisure Service Commission, met June 4th.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I am Parks and Leisure Services Commissioner Arlene Pena with our commission report. In a coordinated effort with code enforcement and police department, the abatement team tackled an extensive cleanup on the private property.
Wow.
Here are just a few images of before And here are images after staff spent several days removing the debris.
I feel like we should clap for that. That's, I mean, amazing.
Summer Night Lights kicked off last week with a movie in Veterans Park. This free, family-friendly series is part of the Step It Up program sponsored by the Tulare County Board of Supervisors. The next event will take place this Friday. It'll be a free swim at the city pool. Speaking of the pool, individuals with special needs, plus their families and caregivers, are invited to enjoy exclusive swim sessions happening on June 20th and July 25th. The sessions will offer a safe, fun, judgmental-free environment. The city pool is also offering swim lessons throughout the summer. The classes are divided by age and skill level with a goal of improving swimming skills, building confidence in the water, and learning personal safety. Looking ahead, Freedom Fest will be held July 3rd at the Porterville Sports Complex. The event will feature music, vendors, a spray zone, skydivers, and more. The evening will culminate with a drone show and a spectacular firework display, creating one of our most memorable and meaningful celebrations of this generation.
Love it.
And that concludes our report. Thank you for your time.
We don't get to hear about Councilman Rivas putting in trees there? I'm just kidding. Thank you for the report. Okay, we'll move on to oral communication. This is an opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearings at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentaries shall be limited to 3 minutes.
So I had some questions to ask. I'll save those for the end because I want to say this. Pecan seems to be living inside your head. Kudos, Pecan members. Okay, you know, support for our first responders is always a given. They willingly put themselves in harm's way to protect the residents and property of the city, and we are eternally grateful to them. But I'd like to recognize those who are also on the front lines who go unnoticed. At the end of this month, some of them will lose their jobs, while others have taken a demotion or have already left the city. Not because they failed, not because they didn't work hard enough, not because they didn't serve this community. They are being forced to pay the price for decisions they did not make. For months, we've watched this council point fingers everywhere except at themselves. We have watched as this council blamed employees, blamed departments, blamed past city council members, and blamed everyone except themselves. While talking endlessly about budget problems, they continued spending on pet projects, celebrations, consultants, travel, and priorities that somehow always seemed more important than the people that actually keep this city running. To every employee sitting here and at home tonight and people watching, we see you. We know how long hours you put in, we know the sacrifices you make, and we know that many of you have spent years, even decades, serving Porterville with professionalism and integrity. And I want you to hear something clearly. You are not what some people have called you. You are not the trash to be taken out, you are not disposable, and you are not the problem. You are planners, engineers, clerks, inspectors, technicians, secretaries, and refuse drivers and treatment plant operators. You are public servants, you are people who chose service over easier paths, and you are our neighbors, our friends, and our family members. Do not let anyone convince you that your value is determined by a vote taken from a council dais. And to those employees who are left and facing uncertainty, I encourage you, stand up, speak out, tell your stories, defend your work, defend your reputations, defend the truth. Silence only benefits those who want to rewrite history. This council may be dismantling departments, but they should not be allowed to dismantle the dignity of the people who worked in them and can continue to do so. Years from now, when people look back on this moment, they will not remember who gave the speech or who cast the votes. They will remember what happened to the city. They will remember the talent that was pushed out the door. They will remember the experience that was discarded. They will remember the reckless decisions that weakened the very institutions that made Porterville function. And they will remember who stood up and stayed silent. To every employee affected by these layoffs, know that many in this community appreciate you, respect you, and are grateful for your service. To the City Council, you have failed at this city. You ask employees to show their worth while showing us exactly who you are. So I say once again, Mr. Rivas, you should resign. Mr. McCurvey, you should be recalled. Mr. Meister, you should be rejected soundly at the polls. And Mr. Tree, you should apologize to every city employee as you walk out the door. You all have failed to show your worth. After all, it's not actually that hard to take out the real trash.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is John Coffey, and my contact information is on record. Tonight is a night of mixed emotions. First Veterans Park on Memorial Day looked to be in pretty good shape, except for the cement in front of the helicopter. The condition of that cement continues to go downhill. The curbing needs to be taken out and replaced, as it is cracked and is becoming a hazard. The rose bed under the helicopter is in very bad shape. Many of those rose bushes, God only knows when the last time they were pruned was. They look like hell. The dirt needs to have some backfill and re-leveled. The rose bushes themselves probably need to be replaced due to the extreme lack of care. The water system there needs a lot of work. There is at least one sprinkler that is broken, maybe more. Before you start any more vanity projects, you need to take care of what we already have. You claim to love and value veterans of Porterville, yet you continue to let the park honoring veterans on Henderson Avenue look unkempt. Again, if you value veterans here in Porterville, take care of the park and make it look as though you actually do value us.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
Karen Anderson. Good evening. At the last council meeting, there was a member of the community, I'm not going to name names, but there was a member of the community who spoke up and said, quote, "I've never heard any of you call anybody names from here. I've never heard you belittle people from here. All the name calling and all the rude remarks come from this microphone." Well, this is not part of my speech, but it just happened a few minutes ago. When you accuse Pecan of supporting, we support, just like most fair-minded people in the community, we support the workers in this community. The sanitation workers do not need us or anyone else to advocate for them. They're perfectly capable of advocating for themselves, so shame on you for saying that. One of the comments that Mr. Meister gave at the March 17th meeting last year, there's disinformation that's being spread that maybe this body wants to fire 50% of the staff and perform a Doge-style government. It's just not even a reality. There's no desire to fire anyone. I want to keep all staff that are here. Really? That was the night that you cut the comments down, a year later, you cut the comment time down to 2 minutes because you didn't want to hear what the employees that were on the firing line had to say. Look what's happening tonight. You've already put down the sanitation workers. Is that respectful? It's awfully presumptuous and judgmental, if you ask me. Mr. McCurvey at that same meeting on March 17th of last year said that there's not good civil conversation. It still continues to be condescending and arrogant. I don't think so. That's my opinion. On the November 4th meeting from last year, Mr. McCurvey said, quote, "Don't abuse privilege." And then people who opposed or had differing points of view, he accused of being ethically challenged and said, "Use common sense." That sounds like arrogance to me and condescension to me. On January 20th of this year, Mr. McCurvey said, "A hyper-partisan radical left organization, Pecan, And then he also said, this is a government, it isn't a theocracy. So quit pushing religion so much. We all are entitled to our personal views, that's guaranteed in the Constitution. Please, you're right, it's not a theocracy. And you also accuse us of being old white liberals. Yes, we are, and proudly so.
Thank you, Karen.
Council members, my name is Imran Saleh, for the record. I am a historian, local and state. I had proposed, or exclusively to Mr. Meister and Mr. McCurvey, of a historical reenactment in the city of Porterville. I had mentioned using, I forgot the name of the park. It's by the
Veterans Park?
No, not Veterans Park. The
Salad?
No, the one outside of the town.
Sports complex.
Sports complex. I mentioned using sports complex as a staging area for a Civil War reenactment, and I realize now that maybe it seemed like a good idea at the time, but given that I might lose interest from those who. Sorry, I'm just nervous. I might lose interest of those who may disagree with me and think that this is not how the city should celebrate its 250th as well as its 100th year as a charter member. Me as a historian, I believe that there's not enough opportunity, especially if you are to attend the museums, whether it's as a docent or as a member of the public. I feel that there's not enough history being mentioned, and those that are mentioned, it seems vague and outdated. I also believe that there was mentioned of a possible 250th reenactment of America's history at the Freedom Fest, but I heard that it was from other sources that it was eventually considered but also rejected, I believe. And that's just my opinion. I don't know if it was or not. Either way, I think that it would be, if we are to follow the examples of cities like Visalia or Fresno, where they've had Civil War reenactments at Mooney Grove Park and Kearney Park, I think it would be nice to have such thing. But I also believe that if it wouldn't be supported by the community, I wouldn't think it would be worthy. Thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Jacob Walker. I've come in the last few weeks to express my concerns over the flock safety system that's been implemented in our communities, on our public roadways, and with taxpayer money. For those unfamiliar, once again, Flock is an American manufacturer of automated license plate readers, video surveillance, and gunfire locators. A private company that seeks to use our tax dollars to install a surveillance state paralleling that of the dystopias in science fiction. There are already over 100,000 cameras across the U.S. Carpenter versus the United States was a landmark Supreme Court case that determined government agencies using historical cell site location records containing physical locations of cell phones without a search warrant was a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Now, Signal Trace, which is a tool used in license plate readers developed by a weapons company called Leonardo, is trying to implement cell phone and other Bluetooth device trackers into their cameras. If Flock Safety were to adapt this technology, which would be in their interest, then they'd be able to track our phone locations and link them to our cars, further adding to our digital surveillance profile. I feel like I've laid it all out pretty good the last few times. I've proved why it's unconstitutional and does more harm than good. I don't know how it could be any clearer. It takes 5 seconds to look up online and just a few minutes of reading to see what's bad about this. You don't even have to cite the Supreme Court cases, abuse cases, research papers on the effectiveness, or rather a lack thereof, the political philosophy of the Founding Fathers, what they wrote in the Constitution, the philosophers and scholars they looked up to, the pursuit of happiness and fair justice system guys like your great ancestor, Mr. Mayor, fought to create. I know all of these things fall under the category of politics. It's a lot to consider. If only there were people whose job it is to know how to navigate a problem through its potentially complicated political nuances and preserve the essential liberties of the people over a temporary safety. It's politicians, that's their job. Not sure if essential liberty or temporary safety sounds familiar to any of you, but Benjamin Franklin said it best. Those who would give up essential liberty for temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Flock safety is the personification of just that. You're failing your constituents and the America you claim to love, but you seem to display a lack of ability to conceptualize the ideologies that make this country great. You undermine the essential liberties of yourself and your constituents for a temporary safety. Therefore, you and anyone who doesn't see flock safety as a constitutional threat deserve neither liberty nor safety. Cancel the flock contracts like dozens of other cities have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Damon Nelson, for the record. Just a little observation that came to my mind right now as I was looking around the room. It appears that it's only me and Mr. Walker here that are really, and this young man, the only people that are representing the youth right now in this room. It seems that the old geezers are outnumbering us. No, no.
Hey, it's freedom of speech.
Thank you. Thank you. And I just want to clarify a couple things. You know, I'm definitely more left than center. You know what I mean? And one thing that people on my side of the aisle are discussing is we're a bit disillusioned, you know, with Democrats' complacency with law enforcement. I mean, PPD, you know, if you've been on the wrong side of the law, you know PPD ain't nothing to mess with, right? And I can tell you something. I'm not interested in making friends with the PPD. Neither are a lot of the youth. We should remember that because it's for a reason. I'd also like to say, you know, issues like flock and stuff and all these government contracts, you know, they seem great on paper because it's paper, but we're people with appendages, you know? These cameras, they're just a big telescope, you know, controlled by robotics. Wasn't it $15,000 we spent on drones, I think? And I think that the PPD is going to start using these drones to start spying on the homeless people. Same homeless people that, you know, we shot a guy in Plano Street for wielding a stick. The taser didn't work. They unloaded a clip in him. Okay. Now $15,000 for drones. Now all this flock stuff. Maybe it's time the youth conspire amongst each other instead of the elderly talking down on us. Do this solution. This is the right one. Nothing else works. No, you aren't working. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Teresa Gonzalez, and my address is on file. One thing I want to bring up is your door right here. You might want to check the tension because it's going to end up putting somebody on the door. There's two of us that had problems this week and last month. And the other thing that I want to say is I want to bring you words of hope and encouragement. I want you to know that there are two churches in Porterville. Porterville Praise and Fellowship, Pastor Juanita Nunez, who is my pastor, and Paulette Blaylock, Landmark. Those churches gather together once a month on a Friday, and they come together and they pray for you. They pray for your needs. They pray for your family. They also pray for the needs and the citizens of Porterville. They pray for the police department, the fire department. They pray for our youngsters too, and the teachers, so that we are able to teach our youngsters to grow up and have respect for our elders. So you are being covered with prayers and in all of your decision-making, whether people agree or disagree with you or not. Our job is to pray for you, and I want to give you those words of hope and encouragement that is being done. And these two churches gathered together, and they are warriors, and they are doing God's work to help you and to help the community and their needs.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Fred Beltran, 368 East Date Avenue, and I came here today and I support Pecan and to see what's going on, but I'm really encouraged to see the refuse department here, some of the drivers. I'm responsible, I was in charge of the refuse and the streets and solid waste of the city for 10 years, and I did 20 years in the engineering department. I've done at least 50 years of community service in Porterville. The guys that I hired in the refuse department, several of them are still here, and I've been retired for 16 years. They were hired, and I think their intent was to stay there until they retired. Some of them are really, really close to retirement. I'm not sure what they're going to do. A few of the refuse departments actually promoted and studied and went into the fire department. I've seen some captains in the fire department that came from the refuse department. These are individuals, and these are stories behind them, each one of them. To just throw them away like they were nothing, you know, that's not right. You have to figure out a way to preserve dignity for them. The pet projects you're doing are all wrong. Some of the monies could be spent other places. And again, I'm here to support Pecan. The things that are being done here through this council, and I've been around for 50 years, and I've seen other councils, and I've seen a lot of councils struggle with a lot of things, and I've never seen a council that's so disconnected with the community. And I will be supporting whoever's going to run in your district, Mr. Miser. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beltran. Amazing endorsement.
Wendy Ferguson. At the May 12th council meeting, Mr. McCurvey stated quite emphatically that previous councils and city
Ma'am, can you
managers
speak into the mic?
had been withholding information and that were being deceived. He continued on about staff engaging in inappropriate and unethical practices, and they hid it from the public. And the way you were deceived was almost criminal. Mr. Tree is on public record stating that he met the Caglia rep in October and gave them a tour after that, when in fact there's proof it was done a full month earlier in September. A few days after the tour, Caglia sent a list of questions to Mr. Tree requesting very specific information about our solid waste department. He then met with their rep over coffee and pastries to discuss the matter further, and in October he attended a Dodgers playoff game with tickets provided by the same rep, all as he continued to feed Caglia the requested information. All of this was before the April meeting where you approved issuing an RFP to outsource, and they pretended to introduce themselves for the first time with a well-written speech that conveniently said everything you wanted to hear. And the very next week, you switched to an RFQ that goes straight to negotiations that Mr. Meister very publicly insists he and Mr. McCurvey be a part of. Municipal Code Section 2-6.1 states that no member of the City Council shall attempt to influence or coerce the city manager. Any city council members violating the provisions of this section shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. Since contract negotiations are considered part of the city manager's duties, inserting yourself in those negotiations could be construed as an attempt to influence the outcome. And now a slideshow has been discovered about why sole sourcing with Caglia is the way to go. Well, unless you've inserted some very special provisions, you can't do a sole source contract with Caglia because they aren't the only game in town, and I'm sure Waste Management and Mid-Valley's attorneys would be happy to prove it. I was going to speak about our hardworking solid waste drivers tonight, but first I'll say, these drivers aren't a dime a dozen. They have to be trained, because half of them come to us with just a driver's license, having never operated a trash truck. And it takes weeks, not days. As for the lids, they were told by previous administrators not to pick up those cans, so you don't get to sit there and chastise them for following the rules. These gentlemen show their worth with 50 and 60-hour work weeks because they're so short-handed right now, they can't even take a summer vacation to go fishing with their kids. But none of that matters to you, does it? Their time away from their families, their long years of service, their loyalty and dedication to this city doesn't matter. Because to you, they're just the trash that needs to be taken out. They're the labor you think you have the right to sell to the highest bidder. From the very beginning, this whole process has been deceitful, inappropriate, unethical, almost criminal, and very pertinent information has been withheld not only from the public, but from the very gentleman you're trying to sell off. But those words sound a little different now, don't they? Every one of you needs to develop some testicular fortitude and admit this was a huge mistake, and it needs to stop before you do more damage to this city than you've already done.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Rocio Reese, Porterville resident. I am here to speak about the possibility of privatizing refuse service. As someone who lived in the outskirts of Porterville for over 20 years, I have experienced what it is to be part of private refuse service. Here is what I would see happening. Living in the outskirts of Porterville, being called Porterville resident, paying local taxes to every purchase that we made here in town, yet we felt unrepresented. For over 2 decades, I was able to see the constant rate increase by the private companies that serviced our area. Meeting after meeting, notice after notice, the increases were completed due to various issues, they would say, from labor cost to equipment replacement. Up until this day, I have family that still reside in the city, in the outskirts of the city of Porterville. And guess what? They just received notice that there will be another increase. I now reside within city limits, but here we are today discussing not having a refuse service run by our own city. Some councilmen speak of a franchise fee to help the city's general deficit. Well, do you think the private company you select or have already selected has these funds for future decades in their savings? The answer is clear, no. Down the line, they will pass these fees down to the residents, hidden somewhere as they tend to do. You can also say you will try to have the rates remain the same, but for how long? Looking at the numbers from the city revenue report, privatizing does not seem to be the only answer to the deficit. Coming from a management position myself in the world of finance, I can tell you there should be a plan B, a plan C, and a plan D, which you should take a deep look at. If you have not been provided or deeply analyzed other options, then look at your city management team, because the lack of reading between the lines is definitely there. Talk to our community. I am sure that many would align with my thought. I would rather pay a rate increase to the city for our recovery of our town than to pay an increase to a private company whose only job is to make a profit. Privatizing the service not only will leave our residents feeling unrepresented, but also leaves a feeling of bad leadership. Councilmen, if you approve this privatization, you will lose more than the jobs of the employees in this department. You will all lose your credibility. You will be the ones who future councilmen will point the finger at for the bad decision making, because these contracts don't go for 4 years, don't go for 5 years, they go for decades. Will you represent us, or will you mislead us? Your decision is on record. Your residents should be your priority. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Brock Neely, address on record. You know, you keep saying how all these budget deficits were all hidden through the years. I've got all the budgets printed out since 2009. They're all there in line items. You just don't know how to read a budget. And Mr. McCurvey, I challenge everybody to go to his YouTube channel and see how he talks about me. I'm the lobbyist that controls the city council. He says it right there. If you guys have been coming to these city council meetings as long as I have, you'd know what the hell is going on in this city. And what's going on now is a bunch of crap. We got a whole bunch of stuff at Veterans Park that needs to be worked on and taken care of, and here you are wasting money on vanity projects that nobody wants but you guys. And look at all the money you wasted out at Veterans Memorial Building. How many people showed up for your little vanity project out there? I heard from several people that have shake roofs out there, they did not appreciate the fireworks in their residential area. Do you know what one spark will do to a shake roof? Bye-bye house. You guys are just a joke of the valley. This is not Huntington Beach North like you want it to be. We do not have the finances to fight the court battles. You finally got smart, though, on your charter review stuff, then you canceled your voter ID, because that would have cost you big. There's some other things that are going to cost you big. There's something that's going to cost you big yourself, Mr. Meister. As soon as my attorney files in court, you'll see. Talk to you.
Thank you, Mr. Neely.
Rick Sheldon, 88 North Wilford Drive. Wow. I was on council from 2010 to 2014, and I remember, I guess I'm too dense, too, to recognize when someone's cooking the books. But what I do remember is a certain couple.
Could you speak into the mic a little better?
I do remember a certain couple that got paid by the unions to stop our super Walmart. Conveniently, it's the same couple that complain about a lot of things around here. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so I got a couple things. Number 8, authorization to bid on a purchase of used tiller truck for the fire department for 60 grand. I don't know what a tiller truck is. I think it's the one with the extra wheel in the back. I just want to make sure the chief doesn't set it on fire for training. That's the only thing I'm concerned about that. Number 19. Number 19, second reading. This is that issue where we found some flaws in the code and we fixed it. And I want to thank the council for doing that and enabling people to be able to build a pavilion in their backyard. And then number 20, adoption resolution for the charter amendments. If you have any questions, obviously I was the chair. Please ask me. Thanks, guys.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Shelton.
Hi, my name is Brian Hernandez, resident on Ohio Street. Just wanted to say good evening, Mayor and council members. I am here to support the ordinance of number 933 and respectfully encourage its adoption. First, I want to thank the city manager, Richard Tree, acting head planner, Jeff O'Neill, and especially Clayton Digman for their hard work, dedication, and assistance in addressing this issue. Their efforts have been instrumental by bringing this matter forward. I also want to thank Greg Shelton for connecting with us and Mr. Digman and for the knowledge, guidance, and continued support he provided throughout this process. This ordinance addresses a setback inconsistency that created confusion from homeowners trying to comply with city regulations. By clarifying the standards of accessories structures, it provides a particular common sense solution that promotes consistency and fairness while maintaining appropriate development standards. I appreciate the council's willingness to review the issue and consider improvements that will benefit current and future property owners. Thank you for your time and your service for our community and your concentration of ordinance number 1933.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Hernandez. I know you guys have heard from me in previous emails that I've sent to you guys, but I just wanted to just say thank you again for pushing this through. This is a project we've been working on for 2 years, and not to shame anyone, but, you know, we tried getting this approved numerous times with the previous planning department, and we are moving forward, but I do really want to take the time to say just thank you for accepting it and getting it moving to where it is now.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Jean Valfiatis, Information's on Record. Tonight, the City Council is considering 2 charter amendments costing about $70,000 to get on the ballot, and the Great Pivot, as they call it. They say the Great Pivot will place strong emphasis on transparency and public involvement for the fiscal year 2026-27 budget. Really? The past has shown that certain members of the council have created committees whose members are selected by these certain council members. Recommendations from these committees are often followed without much transparency. Bus wraps in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, controversial flags, scaled back library size, no money put into the library fund for the whole year of 25, budget nearly $400,000 for a monument, to name just a few. Recently, $10,000 for promotional trinkets, thousands of dollars in expenses of street closure of fireworks on Flag Day. When we already have the fireworks set for the 4th of July, do you really think these certain council members will change their ethics in the next budget? Is this council going to continue cutting Porterville workers, departments with the idea of saving money? Or are they saving money for their idea that they deserve a salary of about $12,000 each month for being on the council? Sorry, $1,200 each month for being on the council. People of Porterville, please read up on Project 2025. Project 2025. It's September 2025. One of these council members bragged how he had dismantled the administrative side of Porterville. We can create laws of our own laws within our own boundaries with changes to the city charter. Isn't that what is happening? Help stop this damage to our city. Please read Project 2025. Attend city council meetings, vote. Do not let Porterville down. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Sue Wright. I think my address is on the record. First of all, I want to thank the people who opened in the prayer and Diane for the beautiful reflection, because I was really hoping that's what this meeting would be, something really unifying and something where decisions are made for in the best interest of everyone. There were a few things that I felt like I needed to address you on. The first one, when you mentioned going to the immigrant, the illegal immigrant that had an accident, and I want to go right off the bat, you have just divided people. You've made us against them. I looked up a stat, and it's like, and I know you know this, or if we look it up, we know it. Sorry, I just had it. You know, violent crimes. Native-born citizens are over 2 times more likely to be arrested for violent crimes. Property crimes. Native-born citizens 4 times more likely. And overall, both legal and undocumented immigrants, conviction rates 37 to 50% lower. What I'm saying is, it's like those are things you say in private if that's the way you believe, but the minute you put it out there, it's very divisive, because there's people in this country that might be undocumented, but they are trying to do the right thing. They are our workers, they're our neighbors, they're our farmers, they're there, and the minute you say something, it's so us against them, and it immediately just creates this kind of division. The other thing is, Robert was supposed to come tonight. Robert is homeless. And I was going to introduce him, but he didn't make it. But I wanted you to hear his story, because he's not a drug addict. He ended up on drugs, but he lost his job, his business during COVID, and out of desperation, he became addicted to something. He got into the navigation center, and he is on fire now to do the right thing. He wants to become a drug and alcohol counselor. And I'm thinking, maybe, I know you have this thing, maybe you want to do it at the developmental center, but I'm like, wow, I would be willing to talk to you and get together with you, and we can maybe look at what's other solutions to that. Maybe that is one possibility, but there's a whole lot of people out here between the rescue mission and the navigation center that are getting help, that they're not just all drug addicts, and not all mentally ill. Some people have a very small safety net. I'm blessed to have a family that I lost a job, I went to college, but I had parents right there. A lot of people don't have those safety nets. And those of us that do should go, thank you, God, that we have those, and that we should feel so willing and so eager to help other ones out, especially those who are trying so hard. So just putting them at the state hospital, I don't know what that's about, but I'd love to talk to you about it more. I mean, I'd even be on a committee if that's something. I'd ask you to go to the navigation center every other week and talk to people. And you'll find a lot of people aren't on drugs or have mental illness. They're just struggling humans, and they're so grateful. They're grateful to get dog food. They're grateful to get the clothes. They're grateful for all sorts of things. So I guess what I'm asking is that we just don't categorize people or make this broad generalization, because it really divides people. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Steve Kimbrough, Mill Street. Mayor, members of the council, I'd like to take a brief moment to recognize the son of Porterville, who is making our city proud, Master Chief Petty Officer Vincent Miller. A Porterville native, he's recently been selected to one of the most prestigious professional development programs in the United States Navy, the Secretary of Naval Tours of Industry, a program he is one of only 2 senior naval people. And this will be for the years 26 and 27. Master Chief Miller has served our country for over 20 years, raising to the top of the enlisted ranks, a grade held by fewer than 1.25% of naval personnel. He currently serves as the senior enlisted leader of the Naval Supply System Command in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. This fall, he will be embedded with Amazon, one of the world's most sophisticated logistics organizations, with a mission to bring modern supply chain practices back to the fleet, ultimately improving readiness for America's warfighters. Master Chief Miller grew up right here in Porterville with a simple lesson: work hard, be respectful, and he has lived that every day of his naval career. On behalf of this community, we should say, well done, Master Chief. Porterville is proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Luana Tate, and I just want to say kudos as far as getting perhaps some cooperation for Porterville Developmental Center. Offered to partner up with Mr. McCurvey on that. That's your employment, that's your bread and butter. And it's not an institution, it's a rehabilitation, it's a developmental center. And not everyone who goes there stays there, because once they're regulated with medication, they can be just like you and me and everybody else. In fact, you'll walk by them on the street and you won't notice any difference. And I did several different jobs. When I was there, I was a vocational instructor. I was in all levels of management as well as lower supervision. And before that, I was a crisis worker for the County of Kern. And I did consultations out of ER. So please don't label people for what their circumstances are, because you never know. It could happen to you. All it would take is a car accident, a bad fall. I mean, I know about those, but I'm standing. Anyway, so I appreciate that you've done that. But to call out a group of people who care about the city, that's just not professional, in my opinion. Now, I know there's other groups that other people belong to, and I'm not going to call them out because they're my friends, they're my family, and I'm going to find something in common with everybody I meet. I've been involved with service groups since I was in my 20s. I was at the second class of leadership. I've been in all kinds of things, always giving back to my community, because if I can make things better for other people, I make things better for me. I hope that doesn't sound selfish, but that's the way that it is. But just remember, don't label people, don't judge people. Try to work with other people. Don't burn people. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name's Brian Johnson, my address on record, city employee, so I'm sure you guys got it. You say you support us. I just
Speak into the mic so we can hear you, buddy.
I'm a little nervous.
No, don't be nervous. Speak your heart.
I want to thank Mr. Beltrans for supporting us. He posts a lot of videos supporting us. Mr. Green's my representative. You guys say, show your worth. Guarantee you I'm the hardest worker in Porterville. Come and ride with me if you don't believe me. We have families, we have jobs, or we do right now. I've talked to you quite a bit. I don't see no support from a lot of you guys. I hope I don't lose my job tomorrow, but if I do, so be it. Richard Tree, he's come and talked to us, but left us with more questions and answers. I'd like for you guys to just tell us if we're going to lose our job or not. Just be transparent and just tell us. That's it. Thank you, Beltran.
Thank you, sir.
Microphone's pretty tall. Tim Vanny, address is on record. Mr. Mayor, fellow councilmen. Caglup, I think what we're looking at here is you guys are all citizens of the city of Porterville. You just happen to be on the council. All these people are citizens of Porterville, and you're here to serve. Okay? I would say our refuge needs to be a service from the city of Porterville. Keep it with the city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, council members, my name is Gilbert Sibenthal. I'm an employee of the Refuge Department 2. I'm just going to talk about my experience from a different company. Same thing happened that's kind of happening here. They sold. Every employee that used to work there, in a year they lost their jobs because they wanted to bring their people, pay them less because we were paid more. So it already happened once to me. I hope it doesn't happen again. Like I said, you guys, customer service, I invite all of you guys to sit in the truck for 10 hours with one of our drivers so you can see what we do, and maybe you appreciate it a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else, so I'll close oral communication and move on to council comments. And I'm just going to lead on this, and then I'll pass it off to my colleagues. I think there's some misinformation on how fast this is coming. This is not, you haven't even started doing the numbers as far as, I know there was a FOIA on your emails, things are out, but this process is far from any time soon. They need to gather a lot of information before we're bringing anything forward. And then what I appreciate from you two gentlemen coming up and speaking is you said, come and watch me work. I'm gonna take you up on that. I'm gonna come and go for a ride along with you guys. I wanna see what you guys do. You're not getting me for 10, but I'll come and ride with you. But what I wanna say, and I appreciate Mrs. Ferguson pointing this out, is the past leadership gave a direction. You're hearing it from this council tonight. We want that customer service. Pick up that can. I understand you got to use discretion, and if there's a can that is overloaded and it's a safety issue or you know it's going to dump all over the floor, then leave it. Take the picture and move on. But if you can see it and you know you could deliver on it, do so. I'd appreciate it as the mayor of Porterville. That's delivering customer service. I'm going to take you both up on a ride along. I'm going to come and go along with you guys. Like I said, this is still far down the road, and something that If we do sell the enterprise, I'm not saying we're going to. You heard me already. I fought to get control over our transit already. I know how important local control is. But if we were to, I'm going to make sure that you have the same package that you have for pay, and we still have the contract. So if we find out that they were chasing you off, like you just stated, we would go to war and fight for you. So I just want to tell you that on record. And I will take you up on that ride-along. We're going to find a date. I need to take some time off of work so that I could come and do a ride-along with you guys. And with that, I'll pass it off to my colleagues. Councilman Beltran, do you have any comments?
Lots of comments today. Thank you, everyone, for coming in and voicing. You saw some people get nervous. Don't. I know it can be, but we appreciate we can only make good decisions based on what you guys share with us. I'll start off with a couple of things. The reenactment, gentlemen, as much as it might sound people are divided, I love history. So that would be, I know I've been to one in Visalia at Mooney Grove Park. Even if we don't have this year, that would be something very interesting to bring back. I know we have Pioneer Days, some other things maybe. That would be really interesting to see for educational purposes. Maybe the PUSD could talk. So if you leave your information, maybe we could follow up at another time if this might not work this year. Mrs. Wright, Robert with at the Navigation Center. I was going to save it for later, but there's a new sober living home in Porterville that's going to be opening up. I don't know if you saw my social media post about it, but I'd love to connect you. Maybe that's somewhere he could go and get connected and help. If not, even just maybe live there, go from where in the Navigation Center into sober living home. I'll have more on that at the end of the meeting, but let's see. The refuge, I don't want to dismiss everybody who's here and everybody who spoke about it. It's not on our agenda today to speak about, but I've commented publicly a little bit about that already. I don't want to take you up on a ride along because I'm a custodian. I've dealt with trash for 30 years. I know the job. It's a tough job. I feel for the ones that have to pull the bins. I've talked to the city manager about, equipment and stuff that would help with some of these different things. I'm careful about what I say up here because we haven't voted on stuff. I'm careful with the Brown Act. I don't want to say too much one way or the other. But most of you know where I stand on this stuff. I don't like how a lot of this came about. I think if it was to be redone, it wouldn't have happened the way it did. But you guys have my full attention. I'm sure you know that. And just thank you again for coming up here, being respectful, and just sharing your experience, especially the gentleman who shared that he's gone through this already before and the situation that happened. I'm sure this will, like to the mayor's point, this will come back and we'll have a much more lengthy discussion. I don't think you guys will want to stick around for that. That'll be a long meeting, I'm sure. But just appreciate all the community comments today, whatever you guys had. We just appreciate you guys being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. Councilman Green, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I think I'll just might respond to the fellow that talked about his experience was he left in one other position where he was supposedly to keep his job, and what you mentioned, sir, and I can understand your concern because I've been in production ag all my life, and I've seen large corporations take over other large corporation farming companies, and oh, we're sure you're going to keep your job, blah, blah, blah. Pretty soon they're assigned to the kiss of death special projects, and pretty soon they'll either leave or they get shoved out the door. So I understand your concern. I've seen it before. I've seen it happen. So my sympathies are with you, and we hope we don't ever get there at this point. So that's about all I have to say about it.
Thank you, Councilman Green. Councilman Rivas.
Thank you for all your guys' comments. This refuge situation, it's not even on the agenda, but I understand why you're here now, because I guess somebody made a comment and reference, and so flared you guys up again and this and that. So I understand that, I get it, but you know what? You had your time.
Yeah, please have
You had
quorum.
your time. let me
Go
make my
ahead,
point.
Councilman Rivas. Thank
Okay?
you, sir.
The fact is we haven't even made a decision. We haven't even gone into the discussion phases yet. So by you asserting certain innuendos, you really don't know what you're talking about. You're being inflamed by a lot of BS. So get your facts straight before it comes to the agenda, because just like you don't like to be accused of being associate to certain individuals, don't put us in the same category. And specifically, Mrs. Wagner, I think you have personal issues, because you made comment, wait a minute.
Ms. Wagner, please. Councilman Rivas,
Mrs.
just state your purpose here.
Fact is,
Mr. Rivas.
the fact is, if you want to discuss something personally, give me a call, we'll set it up.
Ma'am, this is your final warning. Please stop.
So with that, you just don't be so personal on issues that you really don't know what you're talking about, okay? So in that, when we get to this other situation with the refuge, it's just a preliminary. We don't even know where we're at with that. We don't even know if we're going that way. It's just talk. So, I understand the situation where people feel helpless about this, and I wouldn't want that to be put on my workforce also, because I've seen what that happened. So I don't like that either. So, I will be looking at that. If it does come through my hands, my vote, I will look at it very closely, and I will put the city before I will put anything else before that. So with that, on another topic, a lot of people were making a lot of assertions and a lot of accusations about a lot of things that, I don't understand where you guys are getting this innuendos with telling us or telling situations of things that are going to happen that haven't even happened yet. I don't understand that. I mean, if it's on the agenda, bring it to fruition. But if it ain't there, I don't understand why you're even bringing it up. And with the history, that Civil War, I mean, that's great. I like it. But on the other end, I'll save the rest of my comments for the last oral communication. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Rivas. Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Well, I'll start below the line. I've said this before, the loud, angry voices don't control the city, and the performances by the groups that continue to show up, no matter what the issue is, to be seeking division and spreading misinformation, everyone sees it. Don't claim to be inclusive if you don't want to have a real conversation and have a constructive conversation. All I hear is negativity, calls for recalls, and all those things. It's really destructive, and when you're seeking division like that, it's not helping the public conversation. I really enjoy talking to Emron about things that we could do for the community that are about unity. We've becoming friends talking about this idea of having a reenactment and talking about history. We're going to be putting something in the park that's going to represent real history, and it's going to be a national landmark. And these same folks that come in and berate us for no reason, claim it's a vanity, they smear and slur, and, I think that's bad for the decorum of the body, but at the end of the day, I think some of the things that were said were really good, but you really got to dial it back. I mean, let's live in reality and stop getting into this internet political realm, because it's just not productive. I would want to say that I really appreciate Stephanie and Hernandez and this opportunity that we had to help them, because they wouldn't even have their project done if we weren't helping them. They were going to give up because our city treated them so poorly. But now we're regrouping on that, and we're fixing that. And we appreciate you coming out here and saying thank you. We appreciate your engagement, because that's a real issue. And we want to make sure that we solve those issues. And it's not a personal issue. We want to try to solve as many issues as we can. the issues that we're facing financially, it's a great conversation because there are some underlying issues with our budget, and very simply, we have to point those out because everyone's talking about money. But if 20% of our budget is going to pay the pensions, it puts a lot of pressure on this organization on what we can do moving forward. And so we're always looking at ways to have the right conversation with full transparency, despite all the conspiracy theories we continue to hear at Porterville Last on the internet and all those areas, because they're nonsense. I've tried to reach out to these radicals in the Pecan network several times, and they don't want to talk to me. They're afraid to talk to me because I have the facts, and I have the reason, I have the logic, and I have the evidence to debate any one of you, anywhere, anytime. And if you want to call for a recall, you want to have a debate, bring it. You're just performance art here. And stop taking things so personally. You claim to be pushing love and inclusivity, but yet all you bring is negativity. You're not bringing anything positive or constructive. Now, on the refuse issue, the underlying premise of that is the fleet. And we have to analyze that because the state of California is going to tell us to keep this as a local fleet that we have to buy electric trash trucks. And it might mean that we have to double the size of the fleet and we have to purchase all new equipment to do that job. And that's going to wreak havoc on the rates. And so we have to analyze that because the state is demanding that we do that. But I have been through a lot of reorganizations, as Stan has said, and I've seen some ugly things, and I've seen some real positive things too. So don't go in it too closed-minded. I know that this council will, if we decided that we wanted to go in a new direction, we would protect everybody's job. It happens all around you, all the time. Read the newspaper. People go through these organizational changes. It's not against the people that work here. It's trying to figure out what's best for the city. And I appreciate you guys coming in and giving. I'll come and ride along with you. I'd like to take a look. I mean, it's important that we're close to the men and women that we live and work with and make sure we're making the right decision. But there's a big decision coming, and when we analyze this, we'll make that decision together. To think it's a conspiracy and we're just out to get everybody, that's that's out there. You guys are glad to have everybody here tonight and talking about it. Try to be positive. I like the ideas about unity, but we have to actually express the unity. We can't just talk about it. So that was my comments, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say those things. There's some, I know Damon was here tonight. He looked like he cleaned up a little. It was nice to see him here. Is he still here, Damon? Last time he was here, he came and cussed us out. So there's some progress. At least he didn't cuss us out tonight. But, you know, there's a lot of weird things going on in that man's head. Because I actually told him I was going to help him throw a concert, and then he came in there and cussed us out. Luana, I had a great conversation with you at a meeting recently. It's nice to see you here tonight. These are big ideas because the Developmental Center employs a lot of people. And when we go out and look at creative ways that we can use those resources, and we're talking to the governor's office, there's something there. It's not about the words you used or how someone felt was offensive and it's developmental. It's about doing right for people. And there's a way for us in this community to pull together and do that together. And I appreciate you being here tonight in support of that. Thank you, Luana, for being here. There's a lot of good things going on in our community. It's only been a year and we balanced the budget. We've achieved 30 miles of road. We've paved a lot of things in town. We put up some flags. We're trying to celebrate the unity of the spirit. I heard that at the onset of the meeting, the unity of our community, but yet the same folks that say that are less than 1/10 of 1% of this town, like not even a dot, claiming that they represent the whole city. Nonsense. Let's fix this up and start bringing a constructive conversation, ladies and gentlemen, for those that are being so negative. And for those of you that came out to say positive things, thank you for coming out. Really appreciate it. This is where we can express those ideas. This is where we can engage each other and just try to do what's right for our city. And I think our city's on the right track. Our city's making great progress despite the rhetoric that we're hearing in here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and great job delivering that. You know, the bill you're talking about as far as electrifying the feed is AB 1436, and it says that municipalities have to electrify the refuse fleets by 2030. That's regulation being pushed down from Sacramento. So just to give clarity to that. And then just talking about PDC, and I could be better about the way I talk about this. HHS deals with the homeless. DDS deals with developmentally disabled individuals. And so you would have to partner to bring the right funds together. And when I talk about institutionalizing, what I'm talking about is currently, if you arrest someone that is homeless or on drugs or whatever it is, they're out within a couple days. You have to change state law. So this is going to not only take the agencies working together, but legislation to change the laws to be able to start being effective in how we deal with the homeless crisis in the state of California. And so that's what I'm trying to do. And so I could be better about the way I speak about that. It's not an attack against homeless. It's just trying to do what's right. Okay. We'll move on to consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. How does council want to go forward?
Mayor, if I may, I have a couple of comments, and council members. On item number 12, the mayor, vice mayor, and Councilman Rivas, the residency reside within 500 or 1,000 radius of one of the lighting and maintenance districts. I believe the term is general public exception, but the city attorney can elaborate a little bit more on that.
Yes, so the FPPC has created a public generally exception to recusing yourself from making decisions on items that you otherwise would have a financial effect on if the official establishes that a significant segment of the public is affected. So it's essentially comparable to when you guys are approving like utility rates. Obviously, those have a financial impact on every council member. Because the item is for every single LMD in the city, which impacts a significant segment of the city's population, the council members would not have to recuse themselves just because they are within one of those LMDs.
Thank you.
The next item, if I may, Mayor,
Yes.
is item number 15. Staff would like to note a clerical correction to the PCEA agreement. The certification incentive for traffic control programming applies to employees within the shop and street divisions and does not apply to the wastewater worker position. The correction does not change the negotiated terms or the fiscal impact of the agreement.
So we have an amendment on 15.
Yeah. Okay. Typo.
Typo, okay. Okay, does council want to poll any items?
If there's not to be pulled, I'll make the motion to approve items 1 through 17 with noted corrections.
With staff recommendations, perfect.
I'd actually like to pull number 17 and talk about it.
17? Okay. Okay, will you amend your motion, Councilman Beltran?
Yes, excluding, we'll pull item number 16.
17.
Sorry, 17.
Okay, I'll second that motion. If there's no other discussion, we'll call for the vote. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Rivas.
Aye.
Councilmember Green.
Aye.
Councilmember Beltran.
Aye.
Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Aye.
Mayor Meister.
Aye, passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to our first public hearing of the night. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This is for the adoption of fiscal year 2026-2027 budget and our capital improvement program. Consistent with the city charter, the city manager has submitted for the city council's consideration the proposed budget for fiscal year 2026-2027. Section 51 of the charter requires the city manager to provide no later than 30 days before the end of the fiscal year an estimate of expenditures and revenues for city departments for the ensuing year. The included with the proposed budget is the city manager's budget message, which outlines significant projects, operational priorities, and financial factors shaping the proposed budget. The budget emphasizes fiscal discipline, alignment of resources with city council priorities, and ongoing monitoring of revenues and expenditures throughout the fiscal year. The proposed budget is presented through two resolutions. The first resolution adopts the fiscal year 2026-2027 general fund budget. The second resolution adopts the fiscal year 2026-2027 budgets for the special revenue, proprietary capital projects, and debt service funds, and recertifies the Measure H expenditure plan as required by ordinance number 1684. The proposed budget maintains a balanced general fund with continuing to invest in infrastructure, public safety, economic development, parks, transportation, and other community priorities identified by the City Council. The proposed capital improvement program and equipment replacement schedule are incorporated into the budget and provide a framework for the city's planned capital investments and equipment replacement needs during the upcoming fiscal year. Should note that all spending authority associated with this current fiscal year 2025-2026 budget will expire effective June 30th, at the end of June 30th, 2026. Adoption of this fiscal year budget 26-27 is necessary to ensure payroll obligations are met and routine expenditures may continue to be incurred effective July 1st, 2026. Staff recommends that a number of things. One, conduct a public hearing on the proposed fiscal year 2026-2027 budget. Two, adopt the resolution approving the 26-27 general fund budget. Three, adopt the resolution approving the 26-27 special revenue, proprietary capital projects, and debt service fund budgets, and recertifying the Measure H expenditure plan. Number four, approve the fiscal year 26-27 capital improvement program. And finally, approve the fiscal year 26-27 equipment replacement schedule. Staff is happy to answer any questions regarding the proposed budget.
Okay, well, first we'll open the public hearing at 8:11. If you have any comments, please come forward at this time. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. We'll close it at 8:11, bring it back to the council. Does council have any questions? Councilman Beltran, go ahead, sir. Okay, Councilman Green?
No, I have nothing, no questions.
Councilman Rivas?
No, sir.
Vice Mayor McCurvey?
No, I just have a comment. Richard Tree, Mr. City Manager, this is excellent. You've only been in this position about a year, and this is your best work yet. Getting this budget in priority and getting it set to where this council and this city can go in a new direction with your leadership has been refreshing. Thank you for the transparency and the hard work that you and all of the staff have done to put this together. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate that, Vice Mayor. I would echo that. City staff, people stepping in, thank you for the hard work to get the budget across the line. I love seeing the splash pad, the 30-lane miles, the PA system, the parking lot on Main Street, big-time projects. It's really amazing to see the direction the city's in, and then also while having cost savings from last year. And we're looking at close to maybe $5 million in cost savings. So outstanding job to all the directors and leadership in this city for delivering on that. It really is amazing. And to echo the Vice Mayor, while we're paying down historically $6 million on CalPERS, that's a big hit on our budget. And we're balancing and we're making this happen. So it's really just a great job to all of you. With that, if there's no other comments, I'll make a motion to go forward with staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
So first and a second, we'll call for the vote.
Councilmember Rivas?
Aye.
Councilmember Green?
Aye.
Councilmember Beltran?
Abstain.
Vice Mayor McCurvey?
Aye.
Mayor Meister.
Aye, passes 4-1. Okay, moving on to our second reading, city manager.
I believe the city attorney is going to read by title, if it's okay.
Yes, I always forget that. Yes, please.
Yes, so this is the second reading of ordinance number 1933, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville amending section 301.01 of the Porterville Development Ordinance regarding accessory structures.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, moving on to the second reading.
Now you just need to vote on it, now that I've read the title.
Oh,
Yep,
we got to vote again?
yeah, to approve it.
Oh, man. Okay, roll call vote, please.
Motion first.
Motion,
Sorry.
I motion.
Yeah.
A motion, I'll second. Roll call, please.
Motion. Sorry, who motioned?
Councilman Rivas, and then I second.
Sorry. Councilmember Rivas.
Aye.
Councilmember Green.
Aye.
Councilmember Beltran.
Aye.
Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Aye.
Mayor Meister.
Aye, passes 5-0. All right, let's move on to that second
Moving
reading
on, we
now.
got two scheduled matters for tonight. The first one is adoption of a resolution submitting proposed city charter amendments to the voters. The city charter serves as a foundational governing document for the city of Porterville and establishes the framework under which the city operates. Periodically, the city charter should be reviewed and updated to ensure it continues to meet the operational needs of the city. The Charter Review Committee reviewed various provisions under the city charter and provided recommendations back to the City Council. On March 30th, 2026, the City Council reviewed the recommendations of the Charter Review Committee and provided direction regarding proposed amendments to Section 16 and Section 61 of the Charter. So we'll get into the two amendments that the attached resolutions with the charter amendments would submit the proposed charter amendments to the voters at the November 3rd, 2026 general municipal election. So Section 61 is kind of retitled as Local Control of Public Works and Procurement Authority. Section 61 of the city charter currently contains provisions relating to competitive bidding requirements for public works projects. The current language was adopted several decades ago and established procurement and contracting requirements that have remained largely unchanged over time. Following the review and discussion of the City Council, the City Council directed staff to prepare a proposed amendment to repeal the existing Section 61 and replace it with a new section entitled Local Control of Public Works and Procurement Authority. The proposed amendment would authorize the city perform any work of improvement, replacement, repair, or maintenance by the use of its own forces and provide that the city is not required to contract for such work, including construction work. The amendment would also authorize the city to contract with other public agencies for such work. In addition, the proposed amendment would authorize the city to establish standards, procedures, rules, and regulations related to purchasing of goods, property, and services, typically through an ordinance or a resolution. The proposed amendment would further authorize the City Council to authorize the expenditure of public funds and the performance of work during emergencies affecting public health, safety, or welfare in accordance with applicable law. As a charter city, the City of Porterville possesses constitutional authority over municipal affairs, including matters relating to public works, contracting, and procurement. Staff believes that the proposed amendment would provide greater flexibility in the delivery of public services, align the charter with modern public works practices, and allow the City Council to establish procurement procedures by ordinance, resolution, or policy as operational needs evolve. The proposed ballot question is as follows. Shall the city charter be amended to authorize the City Council to determine whether public works, maintenance, repair, improvement, and construction activities are performed by city forces? through contracts or through agreements with other public agencies, and to authorize the city to establish purchasing and contracting procedures. If approved by the voters, the existing provision of Section 61 would be repealed and replaced with the new Section 61. Moving on to Section 16, vacancies in office. Section 16 of the city charter currently governs the process for filling vacancies occurring on the city council. Following review and discussion, the city council directed staff to prepare a proposed amendment modifying the procedures for filling vacancies on the city council. Under the proposed amendment, a vacancy would be filled by appointment of the city council if less than 1 year remains on the unexpired term. If 1 year or more remains in the unexpired term, the vacancy would be filled by a special election in accordance with applicable law. The proposed amendment retains existing provisions relating to vacancies affecting a majority of the city council and the circumstances under which an office becomes vacant. The proposed amendment seeks to balance the efficiency filling of short-term vacancies with the public's opportunity to elect representatives when a substantial portion of a term remains unexpired. The proposed ballot question is as follows. Shall the city be amended to require that vacancies on the city council be filled by appointment, of the city council when less than 1 year remains in the unexpired term, and by a special election when 1 year or more remains in the unexpired term? Similar to the amendment to Section 61, if Section 16 is approved by voters, it would be amended to establish the proceedings for filling vacancies based on the amount of time remaining in the unexpired term while retaining the existing provisions relating to majority vacancies and vacancy declarations. The city will incur costs associated with the November 3rd general municipal election and preparing ballot materials based on the preliminary estimates provided by the County of Tulare. The costs associated with placing each charter amendment before the voters is approximately $35,000. Should both proposed charter amendments be submitted to the voters, it would be approximately $70,000. In addition to election-related expenses, the city intends to conduct public outreach and educational efforts regarding the proposed charter amendments. Outreach activities are anticipated to include informational booths at community events, social media communication, and other public engagement opportunities. These efforts are expected to be performed utilizing existing staff and resources with no significant additional budgetary impact anticipated at this time. Funding for the election-related expenses has been included in the now adopted 26-27 budget. It's staff's recommendation that the City Council, 1, adopt the resolution submitting a proposed amendment to Section 61 of the City Charter relating to local control of public works and procurement authority to the voters at the November 3rd general municipal election, and 2, adopt the resolution submitting a proposed amendment to Section 16 of the City Charter relating to vacancies in office to the voters at the November 3rd general municipal election. That's the conclusion of staff's report, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, City Manager Tree. Well, bringing it back to, before I bring it back to the council, I just want to thank the chair, Greg Shelton, former Councilman Shelton, Clayton Dignam, I know you were involved in that as well, Taha Saleh, and Scott Bowler. Thank you guys for being part of this community-led charter amendments. With that, I'll bring it back to the council. Go ahead, whoever wants to take a bite at the apple. Love to hear you guys' input.
I'll go first. Yeah, to the mayor's point, great job, all those who volunteered to help us out with this effort. I have a little different take, and it's two different, on the two different items. I think when we initially started with the list, there was a lot of really interesting things to look at, given the way California is structured, whether it was the voter ID law or some other things that were in there. from the start, it was kind of interesting to see what was going to come out of it, but to get that these are the final two, and I know we discussed it to be on the final ballot, I was like, that's a lot of effort for these two items. One is the lane miles, self-performed street maintenance. My understanding is we're doing as much as we can, or I should say as much as we can afford right now. 30 lane miles, to the mayor's point, is a vast increase what had been done in previously.
Thank you.
I don't know, not just on the financial side, but even on the staffing side, if we could do much more than 30 lane miles and how long that's sustainable. So I think even without this, I think we're doing well in that area to address those needs, that if it's worth $35,000 to put on the ballot, if it's something we're kind of able to manage in-house. The second thing is on the election. Given that it happens every 2 years, I know there was very unique circumstances for District 4. I mean, given the history that there hadn't been an elected official there for how many years, Vice Mayor?
10 years.
10 years. I mean, that's unfortunate that things can fall that way sometimes. $35,000 for each one, is it significant? Not really, but it's what are we actually going to get at the end product? Is it worth it? That's kind of, but encapsulating my thought process on both of those is kind of disappointment after all this was done was I had mentioned it when the committee was first formed, and I think at least twice I had mentioned, I really wish that the review committee had come up with their own list, because this was all city council driven. There was no their own input that the committee came up with on their own from the residents out in the community, no outreach. I mean, I know it was public, so anybody could come to it, but I really wish that we didn't just have our voices or our what we wanted on there. I really wish there would have been at least one, if not maybe 2 or 3 other items that we didn't see. And so I was a little disappointed at when all the list was whittled down to these 2. I don't know if all that effort was worth what we got at the end product, and I think that's kind of the little disappointing part of it, is because it was so much driven by us that maybe the end product wasn't probably the most desirable for the amount of money we might spend. I'm not against them necessarily. I just don't know if it's worth the $70,000 and the product we're going to get afterwards. Okay. So those are my comments for that.
Thank you. Yes, it's opinionated. Wasn't there like 60 things that had 40? Okay, I was close. Yeah, so it's quite interesting, the comments. And then there was comments earlier about voter ID. Voter ID will be on the ballot in November for the state election. That's why we didn't push for voter ID. And if any council was going to do it, this council would have. I'll tell you where I disagree with Councilman Beltran. We just stated that we saved $5 million last year, budget savings, while still performing 30 lane miles of self-performed street maintenance. Outstanding job to you, city staff. What's unique about this, it's not just about roads. Our sidewalks are decaying. There's a lot of issues throughout the city that we need to address. So just reading the language, we're cutting out a lot. And empowering the city, it says, the city shall have the power to perform any works of improvement, replacement, repair, or maintenance by use of its own forces. That is powerful. That's what we want to see go forward. That is one that I think we need to champion. We need to see it on the ballot and make it the law within the jurisdiction of the city of Porterville. If there was one that would concede because of funding, it would be the elections, not selections. But I'll tell you, when you remind me of the fact that it's been 10 years before we actually had an elected representative in District 4, the Honorable Vice Mayor, that is a frightening stat. And so it makes me think, is it worth to have the voice of the people in this seat a special election, because that's what it's going to come down to. And what does a special election cost? 150 grand?
I think probably around 70,000.
Oh, okay. That's not as bad as I thought. I guess it's just to that district, right? So that's why it's cheaper. So, but that would be a unique situation. You would hope that it doesn't happen often. I'll tell you, as I listen to it, it makes me want to go forward with both charter amendments. Once again, to the members that did the hard work, the heavy lifting, thank you. Vice Member Kirby, you look like you wanted to say something. Go ahead, sir.
Can you imagine in 1926 when they put this charter together? They weren't thinking about overreach from the state. Having to do this is important for our city, but they had no idea when they made this charter, and it's been amended a few times, that they were going to we would have to put some language in our charter that would protect our city from the overreach of the state. Now, that's the self-performance, and we want to do everything that we can, but the irony is we're talking about wanting to keep our refuse, but we might have to take a hard look at that because the state is going to force us in a different position. You know, maybe we should go back and put a charter amendment before the next election that says we can have our own refuse. You know, there's some ideas, and to Raymond's point, maybe, you know, we didn't look at enough, but when we saw 40-some things that needed to be looked at, that's too much.
40
and when
times
it's
35.
when it's $35,000 a change, and I know I recommended this before, but maybe the approach would be to ask the people if it would be okay to open up the charter and do more than one change for $35,000. And that is problematic because you have to communicate with all the people, and most of the folks don't even come to the meetings or see what we're doing. And so that's a difficult marketing challenge to try to get that on the ballot and get people to accept it. And we would have to build a lot of trust from this body, and the trust in this body has been broken since COVID, or maybe before.
Yeah.
So we got to rebuild it. The elections, not selections, personal for me, because I knew Pete McCracken. I used to come to these meetings back in the 80s, and I've seen a lot of fireworks over the years, but when I would talk to Pete, you could talk to Pete. You wouldn't always agree with him, but you could talk to him. But when, unfortunately, when he died in office, and then that was the beginning, right 2 weeks after he was elected, that was the beginning of having someone appointed in this seat. And it stayed that way for almost, I think it's just under 10 years, over 9 years. And through that period, I know that I tried to engage this seat quite a few times, and I was just completely ignored. So I understand some of the frustration that I hear from the audience, but that's from people that I've actually said, let's talk, and they won't talk to me. It was the other way around. I wanted to talk to District 4 Supervisor, and they wouldn't talk to me, refused to. And so when you don't have good representation in your city, that's what that's about. You see, we're selecting people. And if you go back and look at the newspapers, when I tried to get appointed into that position, you can go read the articles. Because I came in and did a 3-hour interview on here, and the public knew full well that I won that seat through that interview process, and I wasn't selected. And that's when I saw the bias, and that's what fired me up to say, I'm going to go run for office because I'm sick and tired of not being represented in this city, and so are the people. The people in District 4 and others were being ignored. That's what that's about. So even though it's $35,000, it restores some integrity and some connection to the people, because if we don't go put this on the ballot, this body's just going to select another person. And it might be fair and it might not be. But we want to guard against that condition that we saw, because it was wrong what was happening. That's what that one's about. And so I'm for both of them. I know it's expensive, but I think we should do the right thing. But I wanted to explain it because changing the charter is changing the constitution of the city. And there's a lot of other things that need to be adjusted in there. It's just wording, some of them. And others are a little more significant, like this. We should be able to have some autonomy from the state. That's what being a charter city is about. So paving our roads and keeping our refuse and those things, we should have the autonomy to do that without being financially coerced with these clean fleet regulations, for example. So I just want to explain that for the public so they understand it. These are important. The team worked a long time on these, and we came up with 2 that made sense, and I think these 2 should go forward. I'd make a recommendation that we go forward with both, Mayor.
I'm going to take that as a motion. Councilman Rivas, did you have any comments, sir?
No, well, very short, very brief. I like both of these resolutions, and there's only 2 reasons why I like it, because it gives the voters a direct authority. That way there's no question about what we're trying to do, and it gives them, and it modernizes our city governance. So with that, that's all I have to say with that.
Okay, I like that. Power to the people. Okay, I will second the vice mayor's motion. Is there any other comments before I call for the vote?
No comments. Because if I did, I would just be plagiarizing Ed.
That's not easy to do. Okay, so we'll call for the vote, please.
Councilmember Rivas.
Aye.
Councilmember Green.
Aye.
Councilmember Beltran.
Abstain.
Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Aye.
Mayor Meister.
Aye, passes 4-1. Okay, moving on to schedule matter number 17. Vice Mayor McCurvey, you pulled this item. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so I just want to have a few comments on this, and I may ask for a little bit of input from our legal counsel. So if you haven't read it, number 17 is a response to trying to get more engagement in city halls. And it means that we would bring back, we're going to be forced by the state, again, forced by the state to do some sort of electronic meetings. So we'll comply, but I want to make a couple of comments on that. So in here, there's a disruption. Could you maybe explain for the audience to help us understand what happens if there's a problem with the remote participation and what could happen?
Yeah, so essentially, if there's a disruption at any point during a council meeting, starting any meetings after July 1st, the council will have to recess, essentially, for at least 1 hour and attempt to regain connection of some sort. If an hour passes and no connection is regained, then you can resume the meeting at that point. The SB 707, which is the bill that is requiring this, does allow council to go into closed session at that time. So that way, if you have closed session matters that you haven't handled yet, you can at least not just sit around for an hour, but otherwise you cannot conduct any business during that hour.
I want to ask another question too. So one of my concerns in this age of information and working in this world that we live in today, who's going to be able to call in? Anybody, right?
Correct.
Is there any sort of filtering that we could do as far as, I know it's voluntary, but we could ask that people identify themselves and get their address on the record, but they can refuse to provide that, and so we could have Chinese spies dialing in, right?
That's correct.
I'm sorry.
I mean, it sounds kind of funny, right? I do it for a soundbite there because it's kind of shockingly true. Now, I know this body, and I'll speak for you guys for a minute. I know when we deliberated on this before, we said we didn't want the remote participation because we wanted it in person. We like in person, even as ugly as it can get. In person is better, but now we're being forced to go back. And so as we go back, we have made some changes in the handbook, and this is just discussion, Mayor. Like, for example, when you look at tonight's agenda, we added council comments, and we now are able to engage a little bit more succinctly, and we got some council comments at the beginning to talk about the things we've been engaging. It all adds time. So now we're going to add in a layer of remote participation, and right now we do it 3 times, if I'm correct here.
2 times.
We have an oral communications at the beginning, and we have an oral communications at the end.
And then if there's public hearings.
And public hearings, right? So I'm of the opinion, and I don't know if I can persuade my colleagues, but I'm of the opinion that if we add in more remote, I'm of the opinion that we should change the amount of time to 2 minutes all the time. Because most of the time when you have really good comments, and you can see this in the data, there are people that are from the community that had something positive to say, and there's something sincere, and they're not reading from notes or AI, and they're not activists. And so 2 minutes is adequate. And I notice in the conversation that we say, unless, it's limited to unless you ask for more time. So if you've got a real issue, you can ask for more time after 2 minutes, but I'm thinking we should consider 2 minutes since we're adding. Or maybe we leave it at 3 minutes and just take the second oral communications out. This would be something that I wanted to discuss tonight.
It's a great input, and I would echo the thought on respect for city staff being here, because maybe this council is polarizing to certain individuals, and so you have that activist movement, and you end up holding staff hostage, which is not okay as well. But just talking about the filibuster of what extreme scenario of call-ins. You know, he said Chinese spies, but like bots or whatever calling in. I mean, if there was, 2,000 speakers that called in, we have to listen to all that?
Yeah, and I will tell you, we've had a circumstance in another city before where a bunch of people called in, and it was clearly kind of like, it was like a spamming type of situation, and they were talking about, I think it was about Gaza or something that was outside of the city's jurisdiction, and so we ended up just like cutting off phone comments that day because, I mean, it was like hundreds and hundreds, and at that point, we made a decision.
Well, with this new law, though, would that be breaking that law?
But if they're talking about something in the city's jurisdiction, technically, the way your guys' meetings are set up, yes, you would have to take every single one of those calls. Another option, most cities have a total public comment period time limit. So whatever that may be. So like, there's a lot, like most cities that I see have like 30 minutes total public comment period. And that's it. Once those 30 minutes are up, it doesn't matter.
Wow.
So
I think we listened to an hour earlier.
There's a lot of options that you guys potentially have to kind of get that under control if it becomes an issue or if
Let me
go ahead.
Just finish my thought here. So thinking about school board meetings, they limit people to 15 minutes per topic.
Yeah,
So
that's another option too.
So you get 5 speakers to a topic. Is that something that municipalities like the city of Porterville can do as well?
Absolutely. So like what I see a lot too is they'll a lot of cities too will send, if you have a comment on a specific item, they'll send that comment to the time of that item, and they'll put a time limit on that item's discussion as well as the total general public comment period. So your public comment period is just about general matters that aren't on the agenda, and then you also have a time limit on the actual item itself for public comment, and that could help as well. I think it would be helpful or I think it would be productive if maybe we brought like a discussion item back to council, and they can kind of and I can, draft a staff report with like some of the options, and you guys can give direction on how you might want to amend, if at all, your agenda.
I like all those options, and we won't be able to implement it before the next meeting, obviously, but I think we should really consider that in the interest of time for the staff and the interest of the audience, because I think we can easily get into a tailspin with adding in the other things. So I think we should do it smartly, because we want to get input from everybody, but it needs to be meaningful and on topic as much as possible.
But we do, by state mandate, have to pass this tonight.
Correct.
Because we won't have a meeting in the 1st of July.
Correct.
And this goes into effect July 1st.
Yes, and this is the like base requirement that the state requires you to enact. You could make it even stricter. You could say 2 hours, 3 hours, but you can't make it less than an hour.
Okay. With that, I'll just state for the record, I'm all for the freedom of speech. And so I'm willing to look at what you're talking about, Vice Mayor, but it's tough limiting conversation. If you think of yourself in the opposite position, you want all opportunities to engage. With that, I'd make a motion to go forward with agenda item 17 as presented, but then also if you could bring back our conversation.
I second that.
Okay. Have a first and a second. Is there any other conversation? Okay, we'll call for the vote.
Councilmember Rivas,
I'll entertain it, yes.
Councilmember Green,
Aye.
Councilmember Beltran,
Aye.
Vice Mayor McCurvey,
Aye.
Mayor Meister.
Aye, passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to 1234 reports.
AB reports.
Thule East Groundwater Sustainability Agency met June 3rd. Mr.
Excuse
Green.
me. Yes, sir. Meeting was called to order on June 3rd at 9 o'clock in the morning. There were no public comments, and no conflicts of interest from any of the board members on any of the agenda items. And minutes from the April 29 meeting were approved. A financial report action was taken to approve bills to be paid. We had appointment of landowners stakeholder committee was approved to form that committee. Approved optional loan agreement with Tulare County for an additional $250,000 to fund the Thule East GSA until we get to the point where we have funding from either it will be fees assessed by acreage or by pumping extraction fees by how much water a grower or a landowner removes from the aquifer. There's kind of a quandary that with the Thule East, because this, I think the boundary goes up to 1,000 feet elevation, so there's a lot of territory. If you've ever been out towards Fountain Springs and south and back east, a lot of areas that people they don't extract groundwater. So how do you charge those people to help fund the GSA when they're not really impacting the groundwater aquifer? So anyway, that's an issue we're having to deal with. We haven't quite settled on how we're going to handle that yet. Approve the designation of Don Tucker of Four Creeks as our Thule Subbasin Plan Manager. We approved SCI Consulting Group to consider avenues to fund TEGSA, which I was just talking about, either by extraction fees or acreage assessments. Action taken to review cost sharing MOU with the Thule Subbasin for subsidence monitoring from the Bryant Kern Canal. Pretty much we got through the meeting at that point, and the next TEGSA meeting will be held on July 1st at 9 o'clock.
All right, thank you, Councilman Green. We'll move on to the Heritage Committee. We met June 8th. The first item on the agenda was regarding Flag Day and the two events happening June 14th. As far as the UFC fights and Flag Day at the Grocery Outlet Center. Next up was mention of Freedom Fest taking place July 3rd at the Sports Complex. I want to thank Eagle Mountain Casino in sponsoring the event, and Sierra View Medical Center also sponsoring it. The fireworks show and drone show. We're truly thankful for their support. The museum provided an update on the upcoming American Revolution Experience traveling exhibit that will be displayed at the museum June 19th 20th, and the 23rd through the 26th. From 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., this exhibit is a collaborative initiative by the American Battlefield Trust and the Daughters of the American Revolution that brings history to life through 12 display panels and 3 interactive digital kiosks. There are 39 spots on the tour throughout the United States. Porterville is only one of 7 stops in the state of California, so it's pretty cool. The museum did a great job in getting this into Porterville. We greatly appreciate that. The Daughters of the American Revolution briefed the committee on how plans were coming for the September 26th ceremony at Veterans Park, where their historic marker will be unveiled, the 250 marker, national marker, along with the Washington Monument. The calendar of events was reviewed with the busiest time being through July 3rd, and then more events to follow this fall. The meeting adjourned at 4:50. The next meeting is scheduled for August 8th. And then moving on to TCAG, action taken, we adopted a resolution. We met yesterday at 1 p.m., June 15th in Woodlake Community Center. The action that was taken, we adopted a resolution reaffirming the 2025 Federal Transportation Improvement Program. Visalia had 1 electric vehicle refuse vehicle and Visalia Mobility Management Project, so they're getting their first refuse truck. Megan Rosas, TCRTA, was appointed one of the 2 transit operator representatives to the Social Service Transportation Advisory Council. We adopted a resolution approving the 25-26 unmet transit needs, approved canceling July 26 meeting. We approved a 2-year agreement with Remix for transportation planning. And then we elected the chair and vice chair. I made the nomination for our honorable county supervisor, Dennis Townsend. And then I also made a nomination for the honorable city mayor of Tulare, Patrick Isherwood. It was seconded by our county supervisor, Larry McCary, and it passed with no resistance. Information items from Caltrans, and I actually requested that Caltrans come and give a report to the city of Porterville. Hopefully we'll see that at the end of July. Caltrans reported that Highway 190 and Westwood roundabout is expected to be completed in October. Caltrans reported that the Porterville Highway 190 auxiliary lane from J to Highway 65 is about 85% complete. And Caltrans also reported that Springville Highway 190 bridge repair project expected to be completed in July. Some exciting things coming out of the House appropriations bills, or the Build America 250 bill that's coming out of Congress. Some of the exciting things for the city of Porterville would be Fong has an earmark for $750,000 for the city of Porterville, our airport. And then Valadeo has an earmark for Farm to Market. It's a $3.2 million project for Avenue 56. I see some misinformation online foyering the city for my trip to D.C. It wasn't the city of Porterville that paid for my trip to D.C. It was TCAG. So you're foyering the wrong government agency. But what I would like to state, this is the return on an investment. What we're returning for the county is $3.2 million for road projects, and for the city of Porterville is $750,000. Still has to pass the Senate. There's still water to be carried, but this is what's coming forward. Okay, we'll move on to oral communication. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matters. Please come forward at this time.
Brock Neely, address on record. One quick thing for TCAG and Caltrans is the underbrush on the southbound 65 exit to 190. Those trees and underbrush needs to be taken care of because you cannot see people coming around that corner. The other thing I want to talk about is the warning letter that the city of Porterville received in January 2nd, 2019, dealing with the Measure I advertising campaign. Be careful, do not spend city money advertising your ballot initiatives or use city staff or city things like city-controlled Facebook pages, etc. It's a violation of FPPC code.
Thank you, Mr. Neely.
I have a few questions about the RFQ for the city solid waste services. Why was Cagley Environmental given a tour of the corporation yard, solid waste facilities, and equipment months before any solicitation was issued? Why was that contractor later provided information regarding fleet conditions, equipment, and debt obligations at the direction of the city manager? Why was a PowerPoint presentation created in January 2026 recommending the award of a solid waste contract before the city had even issued an RFP or RFQ? Why did the city manager state he first met Cagley at the Cal Cities Conference in October when there are reports of interactions occurring beforehand and Cagley had no booth at Cal Cities Conference? Was Cagley a representative at the Dodgers baseball game that the city manager attended? Why did Cagley representatives appear and speak at the council meeting where contracting out solid waste was first discussed, apparently knowing enough about the proposal to advocate for it and saying they would love to paint their refuse trucks with an American flag and a city logo? Slogan. Why did the process change from an RFP to an RFQ, and why was the public told that council members wanted to negotiate directly with vendors? Most importantly, if all vendors are supposed to compete on a level playing field, how can the public and other vendors be confident that no vendor received an advantage through early access, private discussions, operational information, or preferential treatment? These questions deserve answers because the public contract should be awarded through a fair, transparent, and competitive process, not one that appears to have been a preferred outcome before the process. Which leads me to the charter amendment that you want to put on about procurement and public works contracting. As a former procurement official, 20 years, lots of experience with a master's in public administration, what concerns me about this measure is not what it says, it's what it does not say. It doesn't establish bidding thresholds. It does not define when competitive bidding is required. It does not require independent cost analysis before services are contracted out. It does not establish oversight or accountability measures. In other words, voters are being asked to approve powers without knowing the rules that will govern those powers. Those protections exist for a reason. They help prevent favoritism, Caglia, ensure fair competition, and protect taxpayer dollars. Once protections are weakened, it becomes much easier for decisions to be made based on politics, personal preferences, or convenience rather than what is best for the public. This amendment is not just about today's council. It is about every council that comes after. Good laws are written for people we trust and for the people we do not trust. That is why safeguards matter. If the goal is truly transparency and efficiency, then bidding requirements, bidding limits, accountability measures, and contracting standards should clearly be spelled out before voters are asked to approve this change, not left to be decided later. A city has responsibility to protect public funds and maintain public trust. Those responsibilities are too important to be replaced by vague promises and broad authority, and that's what that amendment does. Before voters are asked to approve this amendment, they deserve to know exactly what protections they are giving up and what will take their place.
Hi guys, it's me, Alexis. I live in Porterville. I'll start with, I do think it's a little hypocritical that you guys are giving this big speech about local power for the ballot, but are discussing the privatization of your refuse services. That's just my opinion. I would say that Lindsay is trying to do the same thing with their water, so go ahead and take a look at that situation. It's a little sticky, and the public's not too happy about that either. I also disagree with you, Mr. McCurvey. I think removing any type of oral communication would be a mistake because you did put in extra opportunities for the council to speak, and I think that the public should have the equal amount to speak. That's just my opinion. Where can I find the agendas for the Heritage Committee? I've searched and searched and searched, and it's really hard to find. On to some different things. The Orange and Main intersection, thank you to city staff. I'm so happy it's not blinking red anymore. The city pool is open and it's awesome. I take my son almost every single day. I actually saw Amy and Donnie there, and it's busy every time I go. Like there's never a dull moment at the pool. It's always busy. Also, the roundabout at 190, it looks really nice. I don't know if you guys have seen it recently, but it's got the city of Porterville on there already. It's looking good. And my last thing to say is, oh, one more thing. The new playground at Murray Park is amazing as well. It's super accessible for kids with disabilities. I don't know if you guys have seen it. And I don't know who funded it either, but it's great. I mean, you could push a wheelchair up there pretty easily. It's amazing. There's also a swinging bench out there that is someone is always sitting on it. It's super well loved. My last thing is signups for the Porterville Soccer League, which is not the city-ran one. Just so I'm clear, for the fall season is open for kids 3 and under. You can find them at Big 5. We start the fall season in August. So thank you guys for the meeting. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Rocio Reese, Porterville resident. I'm going to assume, Mr. Rivas, you were not referring to me when you were saying maybe a group was manipulating me, because you would be insulting my intelligence.
Sorry?
I have read and approved the yes and the nays from this committee. I will make this clear. I spoke as a resident with a living experience of private and public refuse service, with true concerns about rate increases. Now, regarding the pickup that you guys mentioned of the cans, some of them being overfilled and still being picked up, you guys should not put your workers in a gray area. It should be black and white. That is how business is handled in a public entity. It should always be a clear guide to avoid plain unfairness. Now, regarding you guys stating over and over again that the cost for the new vehicles will be expensive to the city, have you, management and city council, look into the California refunds that they're providing for these? Because they are giving refunds to both public and private organizations. So that is all I wanted to have to say today. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Karen Anderson. I just wanted to make a few comments and maybe ask some questions regarding pecan and how much you really know about pecan. I'll speak for myself as a member of pecan. I've been involved in helping out at the Navigation Center. Recently, I've bought some items from Treasures, which is a thrift store benefiting battered women's shelter. I'm not going to just talk the talk. I'm going to walk the walk. It's easy to say things, oh, you know, I want to do this, or we're going to do that, or we should. I will do it. So please don't categorize us as performative and just kind of coming up here for the show. That's not what I do. That's not what I do. And I did take that personally. So please don't do that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Excuse me if I get a little too performative here. Greg Shelton, 88 North Wilford Drive. You know, I wasn't going to speak, but Mr. McCracken, we brought up Mr. McCurvey brought up Mr. McCracken, and I was there when this happened, talking about the charter amendment to allow for elections, not selections. And there's a couple things that you missed. You know, it was an at-large election, and there was a gentleman that was 75 votes behind Mr. McCracken. And so if there was ever a indication of the people's will, that would have been there. And the people that manipulated that process personally or purposely didn't give the facts about how ill Mr. McCracken was. And when they did, they immediately put a crony in there that managed to manipulate the system for 9 years. So you're right. And then even with you, Mr. McCurvey, when you applied for that position in that district and you didn't get selected, and then the very next election less than a year later and you won overwhelmingly, it shows that at that time that the people wanted you and they didn't get you because, again, you were probably not considered pliable enough.
Right.
The next thing has to do with recently over in Visalia at the Board of Supervisors meeting, it's like deja vu all over again. A group of people or a special interest hijacked the proclamation process and abused it, which I went through 13 years ago. And I'm starting to see it already when that group, when they're not stopping us from getting super Walmarts, decided to bombard us with requests for proclamations and then put them on the consent calendar and then require a discussion every time. It got manipulated to the point where it became so cumbersome we had to change the whole process. Now, I'm listening here tonight, and we're doing the invocations, and I'm not a extremely religious guy, and I'm okay with listening to one or two. But if I'm going to call an invocation basically a political statement, I think we need to do something about that. And that being said, I don't like the idea of us limiting free speech, because we had that during my situation too, where we started deciding what we wanted to hear and what was good. So, and I've said it before, if the cost of free speech is me to listen to someone chew on me for 3 minutes, even there's 10 of them, I think that's well worth the free speech. So let's not limit free speech because we're getting tired of hearing it. I think they do themselves more of a disservice than any points they score. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton.
Still address on file. I really hope your nose infection or whatever you got going on gets better. That's a pain, man. ENT, anything ear, nose, and throat, man, it puts me on the floor. So I really appreciate you being here and pushing through that.
Thank you.
It's good to see all you gentlemen. Stan, I see your haircut. You look good. You look really good. Your haircut, it looks good.
Oh, thank
The
you.
cut, yeah.
I try my hardest.
Oh, you're doing good, sir. I recognize it. I think on the record, I made a mistake a couple weeks ago. I think I congratulated Officer Jordan for helping me out, but Jordan's a great officer. He's not with us no more, I think, but it was like Officer Johnson. I had an incident at my store, and he was really professional, and he really taught me well. And there was something said in this meeting, I think last year, by one of the officers that got an award. He said, one of the things that an officer has to do sometimes, I'm paraphrasing, is we meet the public in one of the most vulnerable times, in times when they're emotional. And there's times where, as put together I am, when a crime occurs, I'm not in the best place, right? And our police officers have to deal with people like me and explain to us very carefully what the laws are and correct. So I learn a lot. So I want to thank the Porterville PD for educating me. That being said, if we do have some extra money, I would love to see a community officer, like a business liaison. That would be so cool because, again, there's a lot that I get to still learn. I think, and I'm involved, so there's probably a lot that the community doesn't know about what they can report, what they can't report, what should be 911, what should not be 911. Secondly, I still don't know why we're going. I don't have this answer, and I've asked him multiple times, and I don't buy this electric fleet thing. We have something called advanced clean fleets, and it's just not a valid reason why we should privatize. Even if we privatize under the rules right now, they still have to abide by that. It's absolutely true, and I've followed up with everybody, and maybe I'm wrong. I'm going to say it out loud, and by saying it out loud and being wrong, I get to learn, right? But currently, right now, it's my understanding is AB 1436 will create that. But it's still gray area, so we'll have a conversation.
I'll speak to it right now.
Well, we'll have a conversation, and that's the other thing I'm gonna get to is there's a couple of council members who mentioned that they're open to conversations. I know the city manager has invited anybody to his office, and I took him up on that, and with no appointment, he took me right in. We had a great conversation. So, 2 of you have not responded to me. 2 of you are not willing to talk to me. So before you say that you're open to this community to talk to, please respond to my text, please. Thank you. And then, lastly. Public commenting, I've said on public, I commend this city council historically and currently for being different and allowing people to come up and talk for the 3 minutes. You can totally limit it. You wouldn't be out of the scope. However, are we missing the opportunity to wonder why people speak up so much? Are we missing it? Like, what would have somebody show up out of their time to speak to you? Can we address that and stop the division? There's a lot of divisiveness going on. We're all one. I don't like attacking people that show up. These are the people, you want people here, but you attack the people here. I don't understand that. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Saleh.
Imran Saleh, my address is on file. I'd like to address something regarding transportation as well as things I see out in public. Transportation-wise, I'd like to say that when buses were free, I noticed there was a good thing and also pros and cons, basically. Pros, a lot of people were using the transportation because, again, it was free transit and you could go to downtown or anywhere else. Cons, and I believe some people may or may not agree with me. It was taken advantage of by transients, or a term that I believe the PD has used before to describe homeless and low income. Another thing, and now as far as community, I noticed whenever I go to stores like Target or Walmart, there's people who try to get signatures, like census takers or poll takers. I noticed that, and I'm curious as to is that something that would be on your jurisdiction or the jurisdiction of the store? And one more thing I noticed was transportation. I mean, as far as transportation, I noticed that the transport, I believe it should be, the radius that it serves should be widened a little bit more. I believe that another thing I also noticed was with TCAT, some of their machines for when you want to use their passes for Porterville Transit, their machines to stamp it doesn't work. I was wondering if one of you could bring that up to the TCAT, because I feel like that's a concern of mine, because I receive a bus pass from the regional center in Visalia, and I noticed that every time I use it, I can't use it on the bus every time I want to go take the bus. And I feel like that's something that should be taken care of. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Lawana Tate, address on the record. Voter ID, I guess maybe I don't understand what it is about voter ID, what the issues are with it. I could be completely off base here, so correct me. I volunteer for everything it seems like, but I volunteered started with 2016. And my daughter hates for me to say I worked at the polls, because she always thinks, Mom, you sound like you think you're a pole dancer or something, but that's not what I'm talking about. And I've got to get you guys to see a little humor in things once in a while, okay? No, it's uncomfortable. Voter ID, when you work at the polls, you can't believe what people go through just to get a ballot. Have you ever volunteered to work at any of the polls? You have? Well, then you know what a challenge it is, and how these people stand in line forever, and it's tough. So I just maybe I misunderstand what your need is as far as voter ID. The other thing, and I may misunderstand this, but districts. I've heard many times, for one thing, I think, isn't this our third round with districts? Because I know that when Cam Hamilton was here, he may have won that election if it hadn't been for districts at that time. So, and that's the way it is. And then also the confusion with the public. They don't know about districts. They can't understand why Mr. Meister's name might not be on a District 1 ballot.
I get that a lot.
Yeah, and I got it too, and Raymond probably got it also, and it was like, well, I wanted to vote for you, but you weren't on the ballot. Weren't you going to run? You know, so there's confusion with the community as far as districts, and I don't know what we can do about that. You know, and as far as I'm concerned, popular works for me. But I don't know if that's what you're talking about. So you can clarify it to me and to the public if need be. I got 17 seconds, and I think I'm going to stop while I'm ahead. Thank you,
ma'am.
Adrian Moraga, address on file. I wasn't going to say anything about this, but I was listening earlier. You mentioned about the PDC and the homeless and stuff, I do like the fact, because there's, there are homeless who have, who are mentally ill, there are homeless who are drug addicts, and there are homeless that are just struggling, I know that PDC could handle, if they need mental help or something like that, that'd be great. I know that the Navigation Center is doing a great job. I heard Brayman say something about, Councilman Beltran say they're opening up a new transitional home? Yeah, sober living home. I think that's awesome. I think it's great that, especially if they're drug addicts and they get clean and they're wanting to be contributing members to society. I think it's awesome. I'm so for that. But on another subject, on behalf of the Elks Lodge, I like to thank on the record, for everybody that went to the meetings that we held for the Flag Day Committee, everybody that's on the committee. We had a great ceremony on Sunday. We honored Judy May, and she stayed for the whole thing. She loved it. I also wanted to address the fact that there was some questions about why it was changed to 10 a.m. That was me, because we were having it in the afternoon, and there was a lot of people that approached me that they weren't going to be able to make it. There was a lot of people that can't be out in the heat, can't be out in the sun, and they wouldn't have made it. And I don't believe Judy May would have made it either, from what I was told. So it was going to be either one, do it in the morning and miss people that had to go to church, or do it in the afternoon and miss the people that, so it was one of those things. Sorry for that. But no, otherwise we had a great ceremony, and I just wanted to thank everybody again that was involved, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Oh, God.
Matthew Doiser, I won't even take 3 minutes. Quick observation, in the California weather data, which goes back 122
Could you
years.
bring the mic up?
Sure, not a problem. In the California weather data, which goes back 122 years, when the Tulare Lake was formed, that was called a super La Nina event. There was a super El Nino event that happened, and that was in 1862 to 1863. A super El Nino event happened in 1877 to 1878. There's new model data that says we're about ready to start one of those. Because March this year was the hottest on record in California history. So a lot of the things that we're talking about, what Adrian was talking about, the heat and everything else, we're going to see a very long, extended period, undetermined. So just adding that to the mix.
Yeah, thank you for that. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else. We'll close oral comments and bring it back to the council. Councilman Rivas, do you have any comments? No?
No, not at this, no, I don't got no comment.
Councilman Green?
No, not tonight, Your Honor. Thank you.
Councilman Beltran?
I'll mention again about the new sober living home that's going to be open. They're taking applications. It's called Harvest Houses. They offer it's drug and alcohol free. It's fully furnished, safe and respectful environment, all utilities covered, internet provided, fully equipped kitchen and laundry facilities. The phone number for more information is 559-359-2104. And along with them, I think the last meeting I had mentioned, the new Porterville Rescue Mission had done a tri-tip dinner. I picked up mine, and again, this is one of those things that the government's not going to fix all of our problems, but the residents in our community and businesses and nonprofits can support these types of entities. So, when we give these reports or we mention these organizations, just if you happen to have some extra dollars or furniture or clothing or hygiene products, reach out to the new rescue mission, reach out to the Navigation Center on C Street. It takes a village, to help each other, and so I just wanted to highlight that opportunity again. We are going into Father's Day weekend. Congratulations to all the fathers. But that doesn't mean you're just a biological father. You could be a stepfather. You could be an uncle, just that male role model. Our not just our country, the world needs good, moral men raising up. And it's not just on the male side. You know, you hear the new term, which is great. You heard about it with Kobe Bryant, you know, being a girl dad. You know, just being that father figure for, we play roles. So there's a biological role that we play in children's development. And they might not be a conventional family. I'm in a blended family, and it doesn't matter. Just being there for somebody, whether you're a biological child or not. Just so happy Father's Day for all those that identify as fathers, like I said, biological or not. Freedom Fest, we're not going to have another meeting in the beginning of July, so we'll have about a month break from city council meetings. So Freedom Fest tickets, are they on sale now? They're on sale now across the street where the Parks and Leisure's office is. So get your tickets early if you plan to attend. It's going to be on a Friday, July 3rd this year. Traditionally, it's on a Saturday. So look forward to seeing you guys out there. And everybody, please practice safe and sane fireworks. It's not worth the tickets. Be respectful of your neighbors. I get tired of hearing them a week ahead of time and a week after, especially at 3 in the morning or whatever it might be. So just, it's summer, stay hydrated. And again, with the swimming, kind of a PSA thing, just protect the little ones around. You might have guests and family friends over. Just protect your pools and be mindful if you're out boating, enjoying the lake. Try to be sober. Try to make sure you're looking out for others around you. I don't want to hear another terrible story that could have been prevented. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. Vice Mayor McCurvey.
I just want to say a couple of things. Clayton, did Sarah help you with that 1933 ordinance? Or was that all you?
That was Jeff O'Neill.
It was Jeff. You were working closely with Jeff, right?
We talked about, discussed the idea, and then he went ahead and did the review.
You're so humble. I know you were a big part of that. Thank you for all that you did to work on that. That was big. We got that done.
I'm sure Miss Weaver was a part of it.
I'm sure she was. She was very humble. I tried to get him to speak the other day, and they were like, no way. I really love the positive comments tonight. A lot of great positive comments. Alexis talking about the playground out at Murray Park. That thing's awesome, man. The swimming pool, awesome. I sent my kids to learn how to swim at that pool. It's a great thing. And my daughter became a lifeguard there 2 years ago. It's just a great thing that we have in our community. We just wish it was bigger or more. Maybe we need 2 pools, something, right? I want to say something to Karen in the audience. I really love the from the heart conversation and how much you give to the rescue mission and what you do. And you did it in 1 minute. Outstanding. The Flag Day conversation also, I really appreciate you coming up here and talking about that, because the context is sometimes there's decisions that are made for a good reason and they don't satisfy everybody, and that's just how it works. And thanks for coming up and putting that on the record. It's very positive. And Flag Day's not always on Sunday either, so, you know, I think it was better to do it when it's a cooler part of the day. Very positive. Taha, you know, you ghosted me several times, man. You keep talking about how I don't get back to you. You don't get back to me, bro. Come on, man. I spent the last 8 days up in the mountains leading a Bible camp, and I was incognito, and now you're up here saying I don't get back to you? That's wrong, man. And you know, you said something about extra money, but there ain't no such thing. You know that. I really like the fact that the Pecan group does good things around our community, but there's a lot of things that are divisive. You know, the No Kings rallies and all the disinformation on Porterville last and the personal attacks up here. It's all politics, and everybody sees it. And that radical political affiliations that you guys have, that's great. But come in here and bring something positive that we can work on instead of just trying to promote politics that don't make a difference here. And you guys are, you know, a really small group, and it doesn't represent the people. I don't know how you anointed yourself as representing the people, and you act like you represent all the people. Wow, that's out of touch, you know. Maybe get in touch with reality. I really want to lift up the museum. They're doing this national display, and Ephraim and I, Emron and I talked quite a bit about history. I want to continue that conversation. It's a great positive conversation because we're trying to do things to promote American history this year, and we've done quite a few things. The museum helped us with the flag walks and the revolutionary history. We're doing the monument in the park, which has real history that's going to be on that. There's a lot of other things that we can do more of, and I think that's a real positive conversation. It's always hard to find people that can champion those things. So I just wanted to say thank you for continuing to come up here and bring that positive message and talk about what's really important. You know, past is prologue. Past is prologue. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Excellent job once again, sir. So just to cover a couple of the comments here, because I like answering the people. You know, talking about the 20 years doing procurements and having a master's degree, that is the bureaucracy that has slowed growth for so long. Could you imagine? I just learning things here. So I listen to it and I go, wow. So Rocio, we are not trying to say anything about your intelligence. I could tell you're an intelligent woman. The biggest concern for this council, for the city of Porterville, AB 1436. Look into this bill. They just amended it, Taha. They are, and I called this, if you go and look at, from the dais just a couple meetings ago when we first talked about this, I said, watch. The lobbyists are going to lobby Sacramento, and they are going to amend it so that the private companies like Waste Management, multi-million-dollar company, billion, right? And other small companies are lobbying the politicians in Sacramento. And they are going to amend this bill so that the private sector does not have to electrify their fleet. I said it from this dais. I predicted the future, and it's happening. And it's not even a hard thing to predict. It's the way government has worked long before I got here. And it's a sad thing. I agree with that. It's unfortunate. It's going to be something that we're going to have to look at and adjust. And we are looking at the grants. We definitely are. We're looking at building a future facility to work on electric vehicles. If we do go down this road of electrifying the refuse, we will be prepared. So it's something we're looking at, and it's coming forward. As far as district, it's state law. We can no longer have at-large, it's districts, because it was deemed racist to have at-large elections. I can't make sense of it, and neither can Luana. Adrian, I appreciate you coming up here and saying that. You know, I took a lot of slings and arrows online, and they said, oh, the mayor's flexing. He wanted to do this so he could do his fireworks show, blah, 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 which isn't true. The main thing was we wanted to get Judy there. I left her out in my talking points earlier. Judy May is one of the ones that started Flag Day. She's in a wheelchair now. She's older. And so 45 years ago she started that. And so I appreciate you coming out and saying, hey, you know, I was part of the decision making. I was trying to push you to do it later. And you made the right decision. So thank you for that. And then the El Nino, this is the second time we've talked about that tonight, but what I got to talk about is everyone's like, global warming, the planet's melting, but the same people that say that will come in and report on history from planet Earth of this cycle of warming and cooling. It's amazing, right? So I like to use that logic and thinking and going forward. Good stuff. I'm going to end on once again, one more time. City staff, none of this stuff gets done without you. Thank you for all the hard work. We balanced the budget. We got it forward. We haven't done it since '23, so it's a big deal, and we did it tonight. Mr. Tree, take us home.
Mayor, members of the council, I appreciate the comments towards staff. They have worked their tails off. But I want to apologize. We screwed up on the budget. The air conditioning of this facility has been problematic for years, and it has to be replaced. And I'm sorry for the continual
You know what, I got to state something here, because we're sitting up here, I've been looking at this, it's 80 degrees over here right
Yeah.
now.
So-
And there's something I got to point out. I lost my jacket, the vice mayor lost his jacket, you lost your jacket, but there's a stud over here in the corner that still got his jacket on, not even sweating. It's quite impressive, really. So I just, continue, sir.
No, with that, I mean, in the budget, we have funds to finally repair the roof. Staff, we need to put an item together to replace the AC units at the same time. We need to get it done before the rains come. We need to fix this air conditioning that has been broken for a long time. I'm sorry, Donnie, it was Donnie's idea we have deferred maintenance funds that we need to replace this. So I apologize to the public. I apologize to the council. This is ridiculous, honestly, that it keeps breaking. Exciting stuff while we take a 5-week break. We're going to do a small renovation here in the council chambers. The dais and all the woodwork is going to be renovated. The bench is going to be removed. We're going to have E Pluribus Unum right in front and center. We couldn't get the logo, though. That was one thing. It was too expensive. But we'll have a new podium as well.
Breaking my heart.
I know. Apologize. That was for hearing it first right here, that we can't get that.
I got good taste, I guess.
But appreciate staff stepping in and helping lower the cost by doing the demo work. They're going to get started on that this Thursday or Friday. And then just close. I also appreciate staff's work putting this budget together, minus the AC replacement. We'll fix that at the next council meeting. But the hard work that they do day in and day out in their respective departments and their divisions, they do a fantastic job. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir.